Alright. Got word 60. Word 60 in Wise U. District 120. Got Knowledge Born, Divine Son. Was that you, Word 60, that asked this question? Power Bill. Was that you, Word 60, that asked the question? That's in today. That's in the title for the video. Shout out to Spike Moss. I watched a little video that Knowledge Born sent me on Spike Moss and who he was. I didn't get all the way through it, but I got to see a little bit about what his mentality was. You know what I'm saying? Who's this? Oh, K-Bar just checked in from the Facebook side. What's the signs? What's going on over there on the Facebook side? So what was it, Word 60 in particular, that you wanted to know about that right there? Is there a particular thing?
It's 11 o'clock.
Yo, Kay, where you at? You in New York? He said, did you see the part? Yeah, you won a Grammy, but ain't gonna be no little Terrences if you don't help with the school. Now I don't think I got up to that part. The part that I got to was when he was talking about his family have businesses on both sides of the street, and they got demolished by some plan to build a bridge or a highway, and then they ended up building a highway somewhere else. We up with endemic right now. Word 60 said, well, just what was being implied, my second to the last comment, with what I came up with. I didn't get a chance to see the second to the last comment. What was the second to the last comment? I don't know if K-Bar, I don't think K-Bar can see the, I think K-Bar Now let's born ask what's going on with Kamari. All right. All right, hold on. Let me get back in here. In the, am I on? How did I lose? How did I lose track of all right. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I got trapped up in the windows there or something. All right, Alfonso Brown, the original Mythbuster. Sincere born Asiatic. Word 60 said explosive chemicals that are housed in the earth and how the woman is the earth. But just for the entire degree, I went from evaporation to condensation. I don't understand. You saying explosive chemicals that are housed in the earth and how the woman is the earth. But just for the entire degree, I went from evaporation to condensation. You're talking about the water being drawn up 6 miles and then the water raining back on our planet. Right? I'm saying, what's the... I'm not seeing the question. Just trying to wait on because these are kind of two different things you're talking about here. All that above is caused by the Son of Man. But see, within that degree, it's giving you pretty specific details. What's going on, Luke Cage? It's giving you pretty specific details on each thing that it's speaking on. Brilliant elevation. Well, what comes to mind? That's what I'm saying. Like you're not. I don't know what it is that you're saying. What is it that comes to mind when you hear earthquakes are caused by the Son of Man? This actually would have been a good question for Instagram. Yeah, most definitely. I got to start getting the message out there. I can't even tell on the particular screen that I'm on. I can't tell. I can't tell who's hitting the like button or not. But yeah, YouTube is definitely not showing me the utmost of love right now. So hitting the like button, especially if you're not getting your alerts, that might be a good idea for you. But word 60, what comes to mind when one says earthquakes are caused by the Son of Man?
This particular video is about the scientific corruption that you, as the public, must realize. I'm going to present the information to you, and let you decide whether it constitutes corruption or not. Be the ultimate judge.
Word 60 said, I started to think of the physical earth, the planet, and then woke up to think of the metaphorical or symbolic earth, the woman. Yes. Well, I'm not really sure uh, where, I, the question is not clear for me, but see, it tells you that earthquakes is caused by the Son of Man experiment with high explosives. Now, this part may be a little bit difficult to understand. What's going on, Julia TV? We right at a part that may be a little bit difficult for some to understand. See, it says earthquakes is caused by the Son of Man experimenting with high explosives. I'm high explosives. Son of the soil, peace. See, me personally, I don't experiment with high explosives. I'm done experimenting. I already know what high explosives do. You see what I'm saying? If I need to blow something up, I know exactly how much knowledge and wisdom to apply. District 120, Say if you experiment with high explosive, they bound to blow up in your face.
This was not something that wasn't spiritual. Some very well-known people that were against this. What would be the purpose of doing such a thing? Well, we saw that in the area.
I guess that must have been crystal clear to everyone. I thought I might have some questions about that. See, a lot of people on here, y'all experiment with high explosives being on here. See, I'm high explosives. Know what I mean? Are we on today? Is it me moving slow or is the room moving slow here today? What's going on? Son of the Sword said not knowing can hurt you. Now, as Born said, high scientists experiment with high explosives daily. I already know how to handle them. I experiment with them. See, I already know the science of high explosives. Jadeda, what's going on? Now, as Born said, especially dealing with the earth and the earth's emotions. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't want to be experimenting with high explosives with the earth. See, earthquakes, right? You know, earthquakes bring about change. Volcanoes are high explosives. And, just what I was saying, earthquakes bring about change. You understand what I'm saying? This is what explosive ideas are. You know what I'm saying? If you got a high-powered idea, you know what I mean? This is something that when you manifest it, it's going to bring about a change. You see what I'm saying? And those who's too accustomed to the old way, you know what I'm saying? You built your house in an earthquake zone, you're gonna be affected by it. Breeding Elevation said high explosive is the knowledge made born within to the youth. In turn, they cause earthquakes. Well, hopefully they're not causing earthquakes in the youth. You see what I'm saying? But the earthquake is going to be the change within the environment. Well, as you said, what is the meaning of high explosives? One having knowledge, wisdom, culture, and refinement, and is not a savage in the pursuit of happiness. These could be the high explosives that you choose to experiment with. Because we do have to realize that, right? That, y'all are speaking about certain kinds of high explosions. Like y'all are giving individual examples of high explosions. Alfonso Brown says, so it seems there is no common definition. What do you mean, common definition of high explosion? See, right now, Alfonso Brown is experimenting with high explosives. Son of the Soil said, and they do cause tsunamis, scraping the soil, erosion, shaking her in layers. Where 60 said, also, I understand how the sun is drawing up this water, but not sure what part the moon plays in that. See, it says the sun and moon have an attracting power on our planet, and then it tells you that the sun draws the water up. It didn't say the moon draws the water up. The moon has to deal with the tides. See, Alfonso Brown, I think you're mixing up different examples of something with what the definition is. See, you can't define everything by one example of it. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning, a 9mm is a gun. But if you try to define all guns by 9mm, then maybe you might not think that an AR is a gun. Jadeda said, I'm confused how the currents are caused by the Son of Man. I thought the sun just shined and the volatility of the Earth's atmosphere is caused by her rotation. What's causing the Earth's rotation? And do you, I mean, are you speaking uh, geologically? You said the Earth's rotation is caused by gravitation. Gravitation between what and what? Remember, gravity is between two bodies. Yeah, you said the word gun has definition. That's what I'm saying. You're confusing the different examples of high explosives that people are giving right now with the definition of high explosive. Exactly, John Data. See, it's things that can be dangerous, but it's not just the danger in it. See, an explosion, right, is a great impact. That's what an explosion is. An explosion is something that has, you know, a huge impact on everything around it. But I'm saying, you know, uh, an explosion itself, you know what I'm saying? Everything that explodes, for instance, right, doesn't have fire involved. Like a balloon could explode. See, this is what I'm saying. If you got a certain image of explosions where it's like, yeah, bombs, nuclear bombs explode. No, new and exciting ideas, right, are an example of something that could explode. See, like the idea for YouTube, this brought about a change in a lot of things. That was a highly explosive idea, and you could tell by uh, the amount of change, the amount of force. You know what I'm saying? Like when you deal with explosions, right? One way that they could be measured is in the pounds per square inch of pressure. You understand what I'm saying? The pounds per square inch of pressure that it exerts.
I think the good news slash bad news is there's a lot of fear circulating right now. People are very concerned about what will happen.
Original seed, forever alive.
It's just the idea that this is very much a means to an end. It's not the end unto itself. I have a hard time believing it was unforeseen.
So the source said Allah carries the winds to the poor parts of the planet due to the sun being made warm and hot by his force and power. Yeah, that was another thing I was going to tell you about the currents. Is that the currents, right, is caused by the difference in hot and cold. You know what I'm saying? So you know that the high air always rises, and these, you know, the air masses, the currents of air jostling with each other, is what causes the currents. District 120 said typically, if you're playing with a high explosive, if you're not out of range, you too can be affected by the blast. Jadeda said if high explosives are just new and exciting ideas, that makes way more sense. I'll be dropping digital beam pods on the regular. I don't even know where you get this image from. Mushadiq, what's going on? District 120 said explode means to drive out or reject as far as the etymology goes. Explosive. Original seed, peace. Said peace to the gods, alright? $793. Shaquem, what's going on? We see the God in a little minute. From Flatbush. Smell good as bubbles pop when force is applied to it. I can still feel them whippings I got as a child. I was part of my dad's culture. Which just the part that says high explosives? Or the Son of Man experimenting with high explosives? Knowledge of Allah said I think that was a part of everybody's culture, unfortunately. Verse 60 says the Son of Man causes his earth to do this. I would say anything that has a big impact. Any force that has a great impact. Because here's the thing. Like what the brother was saying with chemicals and all that stuff, that's not necessarily because look, if a meteor strikes the planet, right? What happens? There's an explosion. Although the meteor is not particularly explosive, it's the forces that come together when those two planets collide. And the forces that's unleashed by that's explosive. K-Born, what's the signs? Jadeda said, what if she's not the Earth yet and more of an unstable planet or a colder or warmer planet? Now, see, that's what I was getting ready to say. The earthquakes that you should be causing, right, is to bring about a change in that woman from, being ignorant of who she is to knowing who she is. That's what you should be causing earthquakes. Other than that, what reason do you really have to be causing earthquakes, experimenting with high explosives? Like I said, earthquakes, volcanoes, all these is things that bring about change on the planet. District 120 said I look at it from the perspective that playing with high explosive as it's bound to drive people away when you mix certain things or get ready to present your experiment or findings. Nah. See, when you come into the knowledge, right? You experiment with high explosives. Like that's how you learn what they do. It's like one thing the guy said a while ago is that we high scientists. So in order to be a high scientist, you understand what I'm saying? We deal with research and experimentation so that we could be able to teach. See, in different things that you did in your life, like listen, if a person smokes crack, right? How they started out with that? The average person didn't start out saying, all right, look, look, come buy all my stuff right now because I'm about to be a crackhead. No, they was experimenting with high explosives. Just like when I came into the knowledge, I was experimenting with high explosives with the knowledge and wisdom. You understand what I'm saying? When I was coming amongst the older brothers and asking them questions, right? This was high explosions that I was dealing with. High explosives that I was dealing with. You understand what I'm saying? And then when I went out to apply that knowledge, right? You gotta try different things. You may say something, how you say something to somebody in one way and you be like, hold up. Maybe that's not the most clear way for me to get my point across. And then you say it another way. But just in life in general, when you come into the knowledge as a young guy, like see right now, when y'all thinking about all these different lessons, right? And you saying, you looking at the different aspects of it, right? And you trying to draw up a understanding. You dealing with high explosives. You understand what I'm saying? You gotta remember that, listen, even the planet, right? The planet Earth that we on, right? It comes from what? Exploding out of the sun. So this is the science that you dealing with when you dealing with high explosions. You actually making and owning when you start dealing with the science of high explosions. It's not, don't just get caught up in the aspect of the woman. See, when they say the planet Earth is the home of Islam, it's also telling you that the activities of our life occur right here on the planet. You see what I'm saying? When there's an earthquake, right, it don't hurt the planet. When there's a hurricane, it don't hurt the planet. When there's a volcano, it don't hurt the planet. It hurts the people who don't have understanding of what and how that explosion come about. And they make their home in some place that, knowing every square inch of it, you shouldn't have did that. Pollution, you can pollute the planet all you want. What you're going to do is destroy the conditions for people to exist on the planet. But the planet is going to continue to exist. And eventually, it'll come back to a state of equilibrium. So don't just get caught up in, the earthquake is, in the woman. So you want me to tell you, man, listen, I give you another example, right? When you're dealing with the science of savior equality unknown, you're dealing with high explosives. Because what happens? You have an explosion, and then 9 months later, you see what? You see the earthquake, like I said, and you see the science of creation. Don't take it outside the context of what it actually is. You understand what I'm saying? Don't take it outside the context of the full context of what we're speaking on. Smell good said tempest flare in the stands of youth baseball games. I done seen some brawls out there. Asiatic mathematics said, wouldn't high explosives be playing with steel? Yeah, that's something that could cause high explosions. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, that was him experimenting with high explosives. That's the high explosives he experimented with. Just like I said, some people high explosives, maybe you experiment with drugs. Some people, high explosives may be, all right, they went off to college or whatever, District 120 said, do you have to experiment with it to know? Yeah, at some point you got to experiment. You understand what I'm saying? Like, when you quoting your degrees, like, how I say, man, like, once you start quoting the degrees and then the understanding comes to you, that's because you've been experimenting with those high explosives. Knowledge Born said they only going to repel if they don't trust the scientist and fears he doesn't know what he's doing. Asiatic mathematics said, I know that the Earth's core has iron. Also, the Earth has two magnetic poles, the south and the north. Okay. Alfonso Brown said, so why would you no longer deal with high explosives? No. I said I don't experiment with high explosives because I've conducted my experiments, right? And I know what they do. Like, for instance, right? I grew up in a time period, right, where crack, the impact of crack and what it do, that was already known. Like, I didn't have to dabble with it, you see what I'm saying, to know that, all right, I see what the outcome of this is going to be. I didn't say I don't deal with it. I said I know exactly how much knowledge and wisdom to apply if I need to blow something up. If I need to create a science, I know how much knowledge, wisdom to understand. So, like, I'm not on here experimenting with the stuff I'm telling you. I already know these high explosives. When you ask me a question, I know what to say. But as you coming up, being a son of man, you got to experiment with these high explosives to know what you could do with them. Tackhead Tackhead is new. Who's Tackhead? Where you from? Tackhead said, when people ask my nationality, what's my response? I mean, I generally draw a blank. You know what I'm saying? I'm a 5%. You know what I'm saying? This nationality thing, you know, you know, you gotta you know, a nation is a group of people. You know what I'm saying? That have one common cause. You know, I'm a 5%. That's my nation. You know what I'm saying? You know, now what people are generally talking about when they ask that question, they talking about a political business. You're talking about a political entity that has been, you know, either appointed or has assumed the right to handle the business of that group of people. You see what I'm saying? Like, see, for instance, in America, we don't deal with that often. You see what I'm saying? But see, when you know, at one time, the nation of Iran was called Persia. And the people who ran Persia, they're gone. And a new group of people came in that run Iran. The Ayatollah wasn't always the leader of Iran. It was another dude called the Shah. You see what I'm saying? So you can change this political designation, but you can't change the people who are the historic people of Iran. I don't know if you're interested in this stuff, but if you are, right, I would direct you to the United Nations of Original People. The United Nations of Original People, you know, you could Google it, Born Mastermind. He has, you know, what he's, you know, that's he calls it nationality, whatever they deal with. That's their high explosives that they experiment with. Senator Soil said Yakub meddling with 2 pieces of steel is dealing with high explosives. Now, I was born, so all the answers are found within. District 120. Where is District 120? All right. Is that why they attract to the vaccine approach? Because they think Bill knows what he's doing? Who, Bill Gates? Is that why they attract to the vaccine approach? Because they think Bill Gates knows what he's doing? I'm not sure how that's related to what we're talking about right now. Senator Shaw said, playing, not meddling with 2 pieces of steel. Alfonso Brown says, so there's no more for you to experiment on in this world. We experiment with this YouTube, you know, but I don't know if YouTube is the high explosive. I'm the high explosive. You understand what I'm saying? I'm the highest explosive. I'm not experimenting, I'm not studying this to see if I want to deal with that. I'm not experimenting. Free to be me said the virus is high explosives. It's been, it's had a great impact. I don't know who's experimenting with it, but it's definitely brought about a change. Tackhead say he's from New Jerusalem. All right, what part of New Jerusalem? Now I was born, so they are easily led in the wrong direction. We can't forget that. Blair and Snotty, what's going on? Asiatic mathematics says so. Basically, it's not bad to play with steel as long as you're not intending on making the devil. But see, once you start playing, you already, you know. See, Yakub playing with two pieces of steel came up with his explosive idea of creation, which was unlike attract and like repel. But, in terms of just being two pieces of steel, that's knowledge and wisdom, man and woman. Oh man. We just got some real high explosives in the room. We just got some real high explosives in the room right now. Black observation. What's going on? Peace. $7.93 said the Shah of Iran and the Ayatollah Khomeini current events back in the day, Jimmy Carter days. You guys said, boy, mastermind, no thank you, he's dealing with poison. Yeah, I mean, see, here's the thing about that nationality science too, Tackhead. I said this on one of my posts before. See, nationality is a recent science. Nationality is very recent, like the last 300 years. You gotta remember, before that, the dominant form of government was empires and kingdoms. There was no nation states. And before empires and kingdoms, and even during that time, what you had was called city states. Like Athens, Sparta, Rome, these were cities. And they was the whole state. There wasn't this idea that, all these whole borders. Nah, it was the people that was a part of this right here, what we doing. The nation state is really from like the 1700s, man. The British Empire really just ended in World War II. You gotta remember that a lot of those places, see, when you going through that type of UN science or all of this type of stuff, right? When you going through all of that, and this is the mode where you trying to solve your problems or whatever, and you see everybody else, but the reality is that's a new thing. So you can't really define the black man, right, who we saying has no birth record, by something that has a very recent birth record. You see what I'm saying? So that's why really the question of nationhood, it really never comes up for me. You know what I'm saying? It's not, when somebody asks me about my nationality, I generally assume that they Moorish. You know what I'm saying? And, I don't go according to the rules of other nations. You know what I'm saying? They free to be them. Fly phrase, what's going on? Black Observation said, I just left Egypt and Ethiopia, been researching the sun and its full power, studying life, natural life. Tackhead said he's from Everlasting Circumference, East Orange. Yeah, the name of these places Like some of the names that brothers be naming where they from, I'll be like, wow. Alfonso Brown said earthquakes. It appears that Alfonso Brown, that I've gotten through to Alfonso Brown, he understands. I'm not, but what made you say earthquakes right there? Knowledge Born put some bombs up there. I didn't even catch it. What was it that I said? Oh yeah, back to our nation versus nation state conversation. Yeah, I mean that's the only Alfonso Brown said, though it is the prominent order of global affairs today. Well, it is starting to lose some of its luster though, Alfonso Brown. You know what I'm saying? You know, the European Union, NAFTA, the what do they call it? I can't recall the exact name, but it's the Pacific Trade Agreement. You know, these kind of supranational economic pacts are gaining what would be the word? You know, they kind of picking up prominence versus the nation states, and they are in fact more powerful than some nation states. Like if you're not at the top of the first world, right? Like if you're Greece, the European Union is more prominent than you. So this is what I'm saying. This is something that is changeable. This is not something that, you know, we measure the black man according to. You know, it's something that we see changing right now in front of our eyes. Senator Shaw said nation states then became called republics. Nations were empires. Yeah, then they started with the republics. Republic, you know, the rep part, meaning that the people is represented, instead of, because the empires was ran by the kings, who was the whole of the law. Blaine Snoddy said Yakub was playing with steel, meaning he had no knowledge of the possibility, and from playing he realized a new level of knowledge. Gods and earths don't play with steel, we do the knowledge and build. Senator Shaw said the family on earth is the universal nation. Okay. Black observation. What is a womb man? I've been trying to get, listen. These are the two words I've been trying to get somebody to tell me. What does des mean? Like, I know what God is. What is des? And what is a womb man? What is that? Blaine Snoddy said, I saw a Boom Mastermind YouTube ground blessing, and it was not visually believable. It looked like propaganda. I mean, listen, man, you gotta draw it up. Power to him, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, as far as I'm concerned, I'm glad he was successful. You know what I'm saying? In his endeavors. You know what I'm saying? He showed and proved that his word was bond, and he made a lane, for all those that want to deal with that type of science. You know what I'm saying? They free to go deal with that type of science now. You know what I'm saying? With, Like, when the brother just asked the questions, like, look, if you want to deal with nationality, the brother is there for you. You know what I'm saying? And, you make your decision how you want to make it. Alfonso Brown said, agreed, their world is losing just that, which is order. Jula TV said, I heard someone call East Orange East Asia. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Some of the names from these places, man. I'm waiting for somebody to call they place Oz or something. Like, we from land of Oz. Oh man, the explanation of his flag. Now that's one thing I ain't gonna listen. I am wondering how you gonna get people, how you gonna get babies to manifest their signs. Like his flag is a little more complex than man, woman, child. But maybe that's because I'm slow. Free to be me said, can't give God a nation. Alfonso Brown said, multinational corporation, monetary funds, and trade facilitators and regulators, etc., are superseding the authority of traditional nation states. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then even within those nation states, corporations, monetary funds, trade facilitators, and regulators, right, are having more power and impact than the people, the voting population. So even within the nation state, the actual people of the nation, the actual, what drew the people together, like, we the French, we the Americans or whatever,
It's 12 o'clock.
that has less of an impact than, what the Fed say. You know what I'm saying? What Goldman Sachs say. Original Seed and Divine Energy said, a weaker man. A weaker man. All right, now I'm going to ask you, a weaker man, see, this type of terminology can get very, very tricky. So a weaker man is what? $793 said, is he throwing the money in the air like it's raining? I don't know. No, I don't hold any intrigue or any mystery whatsoever. Either by organization or confusion. Where do they let me stick to the regular stuff. What does Born Mastermind's flag look like? It's got two suns. It's about other galaxies. It's just more complex than ours. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, this knowledge was made for babies. You understand what I'm saying? It wasn't made for people, what's your nationality? You know what I'm saying? At 15, I wasn't signing nothing to change no nationality. You understand what I'm saying? That's not what this is for. If you want to go on, that's what you grew up to do. You want to build that nation, go do that. See, we here to deal with the people as they are, man. We not here to be changing all of that. We here to let them know who they are. And then what they do with that is on them. Glenn Snoddy said, I tried to watch his explanation of his flag. He mixed in so much stuff. It's like gumbo. You don't know what you're eating. Black Observation said, if I say weaker man, I'm speaking on frequency and mentally. Yeah, but I'm saying what, like I want to know, like if I walk outside, can I see a womb man or a weaker man? What does it look like? John Data said about the CARES Act, direct payments, singles $1,200 as long as you make less than $75,000. You know, in most of my life, right, I tell people not to take the medication. You know, I tell people, look, stay away from that stuff. Amina's one of the only people that, I suggest she take the medication, man. Child Data said married couples get $2,400 as long as they're under $150K and $500 per dependent. Yeah, gangster sis, I don't know about this stuff, man. Yeah, Alfonso Brown, that is what it is. It's the binary Sirius star system. And, he's talking all this. I don't know if this is what Black Observation is talking about, but he's talking all this, the black woman, that the reason why the white people is white people and white people have been thriving is because the great year, the 25,000 year cycle, he's saying that cycle brings, I don't know if he's talking about the whole galaxy or the planet Earth or whatever, is in a 25,000 cycle, 25,000 year cycle where it gets closer and further away from the Sirius star system. And the further it got away from the Sirius star system, the more the white man was able to thrive. But now it's starting to go back towards the Sirius star system, and that's why the black woman is gaining all this power, and we need to support her and all. Like, listen, man. Look here, man. Look here, man. First of all, like I said, man, once you start talking like that, you talking about, look, there's something out there in the sky. There's something out there, right? And that something out there is going to do something after I die. That's going to be salvation. Then you go ahead and keep it. Go ahead and keep it. If I ain't going to get the salvation right now, what I need it for? What you said, build more on that Born Master flag, and what's your opinion on people who do that? What you mean build more on his flag? I can't build on his flag. I'm not part of this nation. Yo, what's going on? That's Jihad. Jihad is over here. Jihad is on a check-in on Facebook. Yeah, I broadcast on Facebook and YouTube now, Jihad. I do all this kind of fancy stuff now. Yeah, I don't know nothing about his flag. What you mean? My opinion on people who start their own nations? I mean, he did his thing, man. He did his thing, man. Listen, you know, person word is their word. He said he was going to do that, and he did it. You know what I'm saying? Uh, power to him. I really don't. Job data said unemployment eligibility is extended to 1099 sole proprietor and gig employees with additional $600 a week. Might be able to finesse that. See, man, y'all just gonna eviscerate the man's flag. The man's trying to do his thing. Y'all just gonna chop the man's flag up, man. Man, I don't know what I just saw somebody, as I'm scrolling, trying to catch up to y'all, I see what somebody suggested that we ask Amina something. You're gonna get the crying Jordan face. Job data set for small business, payroll taxes delayed payment until 2021 or 2022. Yeah, job data. I was just wondering about that, man. Why they charging me taxes? I just had to pay. I had to pay for my online stores, man. They charge me taxes, man. What's wrong with you, man? I shouldn't be paying no taxes right now. Where's my bailout? See, there it goes again with this wombing. What is that? Like, y'all see, this is something very important. I don't want y'all to skip over this, man. What is a womb man? What is that, man? What is that? Because if y'all can't tell me, man, I'm gonna start watching y'all. I'm telling you, man. Yeah, that's 793rd playing games. Talking about asking me. Sit a minute right out there, knock on your door. Job data said use of retirement funds, 10% of early withdrawal penalty is waived up to $100,000. Taxes on what was withdrawn deferred for 3 years, or funds can be repaid into account within 3 years. I don't want to change the subject on you, Job data, but has anything come up about how they're gonna be paying for this? Because that's what I'm also looking at. In terms of the economic impact, everybody's thinking about the money they losing right now. But what about when they start saying, well, look, remember that, like you said, 2021, 2022 seems a long way off right now. But what happens when they start saying, listen, we need to cover all these budget shortfalls that we have now because of the bailout?
Yo, these Greek samples is bang.
Yeah, I've been listening to you. Listen, you get a little too happy, man. Some of them.
What are you talking about?
a couple of them tracks was a little too happy.
Yeah, you gotta bang out a few. Can't all be fucking dark.
Yeah.
Some dudes be wanting them.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right. Everybody.
You can't you gotta build up. You can't have everything
You got
Well, if
that.
everything that we wanted, that last jump off, that was nice. I know what you're saying.
We should have went to the store.
Well, where's CI?
See, yeah, you went outside somewhere.
10.
We got.
Grab a 6-pack or something.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. We should have. Huh? I think that's where you went. Let me see right now.
Because I've only got a little. I ain't even.
Alright. You handle that.
Let me know how to handle this.
Alfonso Brown, what you saying is an intriguing theory? Oh, you talking about Born Mastermind, what he's doing?
Yo, you like chili? Some dope chili here, man.
Maybe tomorrow I get some. We had already bought that chicken.
Alright, I'll put 2 in the fridge. 1 is mine, but you can have a portion of
Alright, bet.
1 in the freezer.
John Data said limit for 491K loans doubled. Yeah, definitely. You know, I actually saw a little window in there, John Data, where I might get a check. The way you was talking, even the kid might get a check, man. The government ain't gave me nothing, and man, when's the last time the government Tap and Pal? That's the last time the government gave me something. Yeah, Born Master, I mean, it's not really no science to that, man. You know what I'm saying? Look, I spoke on this before. You know what I'm saying? The 5%, we the suppliers of the suppliers, man. Like when you go to any other nation, right, and you see the people that is like they teachers, you know what I'm saying, that's they giving out the knowledge, they the ones giving the directives, they should be 5%, man. They came through right here. You go anywhere, you go in the gangs, you go to other, conscious community, anywhere you want to go, you will see that top layer got some 5% in it. You understand what I'm saying? So, Born Mastermind is just, for me, he's just another dude. I seen him come, I seen him go. You know what I'm saying? Brilliant Elevation said, but I'm not trying to eat a can of worms. Who you gonna get a can of worms from, man? See, I gotta stop talking so much. I keep getting caught up. Asiatic Mathematics said they got that serious star teacher from the doggone tribe, but I think he adulterated their science a little. He may have adulterated it a lot. But yeah, I know the science you're talking about with the doggones. Black Observation said, what you get out of the Father in Justice when it says, bring me a nation, maybe that's his understanding, I don't know. Nah, he's just somebody, look, you gotta remember, man, people come into this when they kids, man. Most of us, this is not for the, most of us, you know what I'm saying, especially, we from New York, we come into it at a fairly young age. You know what I'm saying? This is not a senior citizen kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? When we, go out there, address people, like we say, our duty is amongst the dead. You know what I mean? So see, a lot of people that we waking up, they don't know what they're gonna be yet. Like when I first got the knowledge, I didn't know what I was gonna be yet. I didn't know how many kids I was gonna have. You know what I'm saying? Those are things that I grew up to do. You see what I'm saying? He's somebody that he grew up to wanna, found his own nation. He came in tune with some people that, put him in the lane where he wanted to be. You know what I'm saying? And look, I love the 5% too. I don't want to leave. I don't want to say I'm not a 5% no more. So I can understand him not wanting to say he's not a 5% no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, the history is still the history. Just like, I'm not a Muslim, but the history with Elijah Muhammad is still the history. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not gonna downplay Elijah Muhammad or whatever, you understand what I mean? Because I moved on. Elijah's still my dude. You see what I'm saying? So, I see why he, might think about putting the law on his money and all this kind of stuff like that. But there's nothing deep about what he's doing. He's just somebody, he went on to do that from being a 5%. It's some people that went on to do everything under the sun that used to be a 5%. Larry Snoddy says, to whom makes the woman concept, that ideology comes from conscious community who believes that woman is God with an extended power, the womb, or what they call goddess. That's what I'm saying. And, if what Blaine Snoddy is saying is correct, then that would be why I don't know what that is, man. Like, I just keep wondering, what is a womb man? And see, I'm glad you said that. Because that's not even, in my opinion, that's not the worst thing that you could have said about what womb man means. Black Observation said, what is a woman, duh? I don't understand what that is. Alfonso Brown said, Farrakhan has been blatantly claiming to be a prophet. I mean...
Paul Brown.
Huh? Alfonso Brown, that's yeah.
He might have been Godbody though. He was the bronze Nazar for me.
Possible. Listen, man. I mostly avoid the topic.
Do an album with him.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. You know?
I used to know him through Kevlar, who's bronze Nazar.
Oh yeah. That was rough, man. Some of the brothers from Detroit out here might know him.
Yeah, I ain't really, Kevlar was my boy, you know what I mean? That was my dude. I didn't really know bronze like that,
Now, he said Farrakhan has been blatantly claiming to be a prophet. I mostly stay away from it. And Farrakhan is another dude that, I got respect for Farrakhan. Farrakhan, I ain't gonna say that I got the knowledge from him, but he was a part of the atmosphere that I was growing in. You understand what I'm saying? Like, even before, getting the knowledge, you know what I'm saying? A lot of those speeches was going down in 83, 84, 85, 86. and that was creating the atmosphere. You know what I'm saying? It was actually, drug dealers that used to ride around playing Farrakhan tapes. You know what I'm saying? That was the environment in New York at that time. You know what I mean? So I always, I respect Farrakhan. You know what I'm saying? He is who he is. You know what I mean? I've been trying, to just not speak on it, avoid the smoke. And I'm still, I'm not going to take it to that level, but Farrakhan has left the farm as far as Elijah's teachings. You know what I'm saying? Whatever's on his mind, whatever he's thinking, I don't know all that. But I would just say that he's left the farm in terms of Elijah's teachings. Yeah, I gotta get in my EIN game or something. That's the tax jump off.
Ah, right.
793rd said, a wombed man. Nah, Lord, someone inquired if they were the same herd and GS, and all I suggested is for her to clear it up for the boards. I mean, here, use some of this one. Shit could last.
What's that, toll?
Mm-hmm.
It's already.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah, I just.
All right. Yeah, but I gotta give it a shot though. Now it's going.
Indulgent.
Got some trees?
Yeah. I like those tracks I was hearing.
Yeah, I understand that, man.
Yeah.
I like your
Wombed man.
Huh? Take it.
I don't like that.
Because I know it told you fuck with Logic, but I ain't hear.
Jah Data
I'm
said
not
for
watching.
net operating
I'm
losses
hearing.
claim the 80% rule has been lifted and losses can be carried back 5 years. I've got to look into the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for more about that. Black Observation said, where does the word woman derive from? Who created the word? What's the origin of the word woman? I don't know. Where do we got Asiatic mathematics is in the room. Asiatic mathematics is in the room. Fill us in Asiatic mathematics. See, we got the Mythbuster. We got the Mythbuster. We got the Wordsmith. All we need is my personal mathematician. New Black World Order, and we have a full house. The original Mythbuster squad. Got Jasim in here too. Jasim, one of the original Mythbusters. Jah Davis said there's no plan to pay back the debt. You know what that means? It's getting paid on your back. It's getting paid on your back. Jah Davis said the economic policy seems to be just to manage the deficit and inflation. Alfonso Brown said they are and will have a hard time with the economics. Best if they have a massive infrastructure plan activation. You saying that if they, instead of just giving out the money, I'm asking, are you saying that if instead of just giving out the money, if they made infrastructure jobs to where then that value would be built up, and then the forward economic activity might put some cut on how hard it is to pay that money back. Now, as Bourne said, that's why a lot of the bailout money is more or less a grant. My thing is the insurance industry is going to be rocked. All right? But I'm saying it could be a grant, though. But I'm saying at some point, they're going to say, listen, man, these services that we providing, we can't afford them. You know what I'm saying? At some point, they're going to say, listen, those pensions, y'all cats that want to live to 90 years old and still be drawing, you still drawing off the company health plan or whatever, and when a person retires, there's a lot of people that's retired that get more money in retirement than they ever made on the job. Blaylan Snoddy said the Sirius star system is part of the Egyptian school of thought. Born You Truth, one has to know the story of Osiris, Isis, and Heru. And even with that, Born Mastermind still on some BS. Hey, man. Alfonso Brown says the serious concept predates. Where we at? Man, I'm way behind. Alfonso Brown said the serious system concept predates ancient Egypt. Free to Be Me said, my son made a flag with 3 sevens to represent me and my 2 sons. Hey, listen, that's how the babies do it, man. Experiment with high explosives. Black Observation said, is all knowledge connected? So is any knowledge BS or invaluable of studying? I guess they said. I mean, there's some trivia out there, guys. There's some trivia out there that I'm not interested in, personally. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he's studying different sciences. You know what I mean? That's his sciences. But see, here's the thing. We got certain teachings. So when you start teaching this stuff about we come from Sirius, that's not our teachings. You understand what I'm saying? So you can explain it to me all the way, and I can understand it, but I realize that, that's from your time in your place, and that's how you apply the science. You understand what I'm saying? But those are not our teachings. That stuff that he teaches, not our teachings. That the Sirius star system gives us power is not our teachings. Our teachings is about the sun that's right here in the Milky Way. You understand what I'm saying? Those are stars. Those are not our suns. Why y'all keep calling Born Mastermind Yakub, man? You ain't no big head scientist, man. Hey, man, just listen, man. Let him do his pimping how he do it, man. That's how they do, man. Look, he got his followers. Sincere Shakim. See, look, I got like 10%. I got like 10% female subscribers. He got like 80%. So yeah, hey, he wins that battle. I know, right, Jadeda? Her comments it mixed me up. Like I had to go through her. Like, oh man. Black Observation said the ancients were said to be found with big heads, meaning Ethiopia and Egypt. So you got to watch some of that stuff, though, Black Observation, because they try to use that to say the aliens came and built the pyramids and stuff. Some of that. I ain't gonna say all of it. Like you said, there's something to study, but some of that is from the binding. Like they was, it's still cultures right now where they bind the heads of the babies while the head is still soft and the head grows like that. So there's some science to that, I'm sure we got some experts in here that know about that. If we had Infinite Mind and those brothers, they got degrees in the African studies. See, Asiatic mathematics. He said somebody told him one time that he never met a guy with master in his name that he didn't have a problem with. Victorious came in. King Me said, "Why you say that? I'm so far behind. You got to catch me up to what I said." Alfonso Brown said the NOI seeks to claim, build, and solidify something equivalent to the modern nation state, correct? Do you think this is a mistake and or too far-fetched of a goal? Since when they've been doing that? I mean, I know that, Elijah Muhammad was a separatist. You know what I'm saying? Or they teachers was that of separatists. I mean, I don't know of that to be their I don't know if that to be their claim. You know what I'm saying? But in terms of Elijah Muhammad, when you're talking about government, he's not, to my knowledge, I never known the Nation of Islam to be on, Born Mastermind is about how he relates to the Caucasians. You know what I'm saying? Government for Elijah Muhammad meant self-sufficiency. Meant we don't have nothing to do with them. You know what I'm saying? We going to supply everything that we need to supply. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't say, in terms of if it's a mistake or too far-fetched. It's what necessarily has to happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, this situation right here, like I was saying earlier, has exposed how much we're still dependent on the devil. You know what I'm saying? To where, right now, we talking about, how long till he send his checks out. You see what I'm saying? So, it's one of those things where, on the way to the Coliseum, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a great idea, but on their way to living it out, certain people strayed away from the initial goal. You know what I'm saying? So, that there's it's hard to say what would have happened if War of Deen didn't dismantle the Nation of Islam. Remember, he sold off all the restaurants. They had corner stores. You know what I'm saying? And I personally wasn't on a level of being aware on that level to know, but I've heard it said that all of a sudden, once War of Deen sold all those stores, that's when you seen a lot of Arabs coming into the corner stores. So it's one of those things where it's not the idea, but when we say that we write the history, you know what I'm saying? We write it in what words, and then we got to make that word flesh. You know what I'm saying? And that's the real challenge. Like I was saying earlier too, that's what culture is. You know what I mean? Culture is, the daily patterns that's in your life. You know what I mean? The daily patterns that you deal with, in it, facing the challenges of survival and remaining civilized. You see what I'm saying? And sometimes if that gets too difficult, then you stray away into some other culture that's more convenient for whatever reason. You see what I'm saying? But that's the historical thing. You know what I'm saying? Like Elijah Muhammad, what he's saying, at the end of the day, let's look at the Jim Crow era, where it's like, you had two Americas. And the original man, you know what I'm saying? He took care of his own America. You know what I'm saying? And being born in the 1890s, Elijah Muhammad saw that America. You know what I'm saying? Where you had the Black Wall Streets and, all these different type of places like that. So, you know what I'm saying? I guess the same with every idea. You know what I'm saying? But that idea of building a society it's got so many moving parts. You understand what I mean? And so many things that have to be coordinated for it to go right and exact, that it makes it seem like maybe it's far-fetched, but it's not. I see Jadeda had enough. Man, I'm way back. Why don't anybody ever tell me to be quiet, man? Black Observation said Farrakhan also quotes Bible verses and speaks on Jesus. So yeah, he left the farm. I mean, when they started saying that Elijah Muhammad is the Christ of Fard and all that, then yeah, I was like, There's 44 people here? Man, we doing our thing tonight. We must be building seriously. Yeah, we need, man, some of y'all people in the background, man. We need some of y'all people in the background to make sure that we get our alerts out and everything. Y'all gotta participate somehow. Wise Ruler. It's been a minute since we seen Wise Ruler. Peace to God. $793 said we used to rock all of Malcolm's speeches and some brothers knew them while drunk and nights. Listening to Farrakhan speeches was such a thing in the 80s. Hank and his brother in them Lace PE Bomb Squad tracks. Yeah, exactly. You know, even when you listen to Public Enemy, you know, he was the intro and the outro of a lot of songs back then, man. You know what I'm saying? Like he had a tremendous impact in New York, where it's like, look, he might have went left right now, and there's nothing you could do but speak the truth about that. But look, he provided, some of the atmosphere, that, even I had to say, I knew about Islam, what I'm saying? I knew about certain factors of everything, through hearing him speaking. So, you gotta give credit where it's due, and you gotta tell the truth and shame the devil when it's time for that too. Julia TV said, have you seen the video, The Life and Times of Muhammad Ali? No, I haven't seen that. Jadata said, I'm predicting a digital dollar in the very near future. Major infrastructure projects have been used in the past to stimulate growth and help with unemployment. I mean, not for nothing, that's Joseph been trying to tell us about the Bitcoin. That's what made me start looking at it like, look, even if it don't work out, you gotta you gotta try something right now, man, because this I predict they're gonna say that money spreads germs. That's my prediction. They're gonna say money spreads germs, and money is gonna go the way of the dodo bird. Julia TV said in the video, Louis Farrakhan says after Elijah died, he left the Nation of Islam with Wallace and denied Elijah. It's on YouTube. He did. I know about that. He went with him for a couple years, and then he, But yeah, I know that history. Like I said, look, the stuff that he did messed up. I can't, what I'm saying? People talk about, what I mean, whatever might have been his involvement with Malcolm and all that. Look, it is what it is, but his twice a day when he was right came when I was a kid. You know what I'm saying? And I was paying attention to the clock on those 2 times, that twice a day. You know what they say, even a broken clock is right twice a day. I was there for his twice a day. Alfonso Brown said, yes, infrastructure improvements are well overdue. Massive unemployment, newly failed businesses, the rise of automation across industry sounds like a great time to refocus on infrastructure. La Magnetic Peace. I mean, let's see what happens. You know what I'm saying? I think one problem they're going to have now is the entitlement of the people. You know what I'm saying? That a lot of people might feel like, yo, look, the bailout should just be coming to me. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if people have that same mentality, but it's definitely what a responsible, if the government was being responsible, that I think they would go that route. Al Kim Salam. It's been a minute since we seen Al Kim. Blayland Snotty said Farrakhan is the integrator. He is Malcolm mixed with Martin. I think you might be giving Martin a little bad rap on that. I used to give Martin a bad rap too, man. But in recent years, I started, different information started coming to me where it's like, listen, a man is only held responsible for what he knows is right. You know what I'm saying? His pops was a preacher. He was raised in the church. So he did what he thought was right. And that's what you know what I'm saying? Like, see, you know, we from the hoods. We from the different times, you know what I'm saying? You know, he wasn't about that gangster business, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, he went all the way to the line for what he was saying. And see, a lot of cats talking all that gangster talk, they ain't do that. Black Observation said, once you know something, it's with you forever. So he learned extra after 120. Who learned extra after 120? He Kareem. We ain't see he Kareem in a minute. You know, he Kareem, I've been all up around the way. Recently, man. I haven't been on the block. Actually, was I on the block? Yeah, actually I did. I was over on Teller in 167. Very, very briefly. Very, very briefly. But, yeah, we got Jan Sport Posse in here. Sincere Shakim is in here somewhere. She ain't speaking. But, who else we need from the Jan Sport Posse? Oh, yeah, God Cyber Divine. But, you know, he getting his James Brown on. He probably working right now. Alfonso Brown said, but as I said, their order is collapsing and the devil's head low. Great time for the original man in North America to seize the moment, especially with the extreme influence hip-hop holds over the youth of many peoples. You know, but it's like I said, you know, Alfonso Brown, you know, one thing I see is that, you know, we got a considerable group of people that, you know, we just want Massa to get his house back in order. We want Massa to be all right. You know, because right now, most everybody's saying they want things to get back to normal. But what's normal? Police shooting you down in the street. You know what I'm saying? What's normal? You know what I'm saying? The poverty, what's going on in our neighborhood, like what's normal? You understand what I'm saying? Like if that's normal, why you want that back? See, people see themselves so much as a part of the devil's civilization that when they see the devil's civilization being destroyed, they feel like they being destroyed too. So I think that's having some impact. You know, like I was speaking to some of the brothers in Detroit, you know what I'm saying, and asking them, like, you know, because the same thing happened on a small scale in Detroit. You know, why can't the brothers seize the moment there? And, you know, the brothers let me know, you know what I'm saying, what the issues was, or, you know, some of the issues, why it's not happening. But, you know, these are the challenges. You know what I'm saying? These are the challenges, you know, of taking things from 6 to supreme equality, where we can know that we can come together. Jai Data said infrastructure projects may include rural 5G, low Earth orbit satellite arrays, highways. Yeah, I don't know if we want that kind of stuff, Jai Data. Knowledge Born said, oh yeah, y'all going back with y'all taking Born Mastermind's head off over there. Jai Data said Alfonso Brown said many potential projects they can begin that would change the course of their nation for the better, perhaps. Most definitely. Black Observation said, add on to why would they do that? I want to know more on that binding process. I mean, it could be anything from, they thought it was attractive. You know what I'm saying? They thought it had some medical benefits. You know what I'm saying? See, that's why, it said, man, who is the 5% on this poor part of the planet Earth? That was some way that they was applying mathematics in that time. You see what I'm saying? The way how people see reality in different times is different, and you can't always just apply it from then to now. You know what I'm saying? Like, give you another example that existed in that time, right? In that time, the snake meant something different to those people that existed in that time. When I say those people, not that they not our people, but just saying that they in a different time, it meant something different to them than it means to us. Snake back then meant wise. You see what I'm saying? So this is what I'm saying. This is, the head binding thing is another science that existed in that time. You know what I'm saying? Like, knowing the history and knowing where we came from, knowing the possibilities of our potential and all of that. Yeah, these are all reasons to study our history, but we can't pull everything from the past into our time and, even know why they applied it. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, their reality, it may not be the same. You know what I'm saying? Like when you look at the animals, you know what I'm saying, that they have in the pyramids, we don't see those animals around right now. So all of this was a part of the reality of it being that day and time. So that's why, in the lessons, it specifies that Allah come in his own good time, and it specifies that Allah come in his own good place. You understand what I mean? Mecca is where you make it. And that we the 5% here on this poor part of the planet Earth in this time. Did Yaqub bind his mother's head to make it big? Well, one thing happens when you a mama's boy is your mother does blow your head up. If anybody out here knows any mama's boys, that is one characteristic of mama's boys. Now, in terms of this physical binding of his head, I never heard that science. Jah Data said we need an investment in education. A nation's most critical resources is people. But not the way they doing it now, Jah Data. There's something, somehow they're giving out more and more information in school, but the people are becoming stupider and stupider. And we got to analyze that and why it is before we just keep throwing money at it. You know what I'm saying? And one of the things that made me say that is a documentary that I saw about the education system in Detroit, where they was talking about the amount of money that they spent on it, and they even compared it to other cities. And, it's a huge amount of loot. Hold on one second, hold on. Allah Unique said the 6th degree and 1 to 36. Alfonso Brown said Farrakhan is stating these things pretty bluntly as of late, though from our understanding, this was the initial intent. His initial intent since when? You mean like in the 80s when he first came back? Like this the whole time what he was planning on doing? Black Observation said, I'm the bridge. I bridge the gaps. It's my special power, so to speak. So you bridge the gaps between the past and how people was living and right now. Oh, I keep falling too far behind. Now I was born, said Alfonso. Now I was born, said word, it will alleviate a lot of symptoms that led to this happening now. It would be sharing the wealth instead of widening the gap. That would take some righteousness right there. Alfonso Brown said, if there was an extreme interconnectivity amongst NOI, NGE, Morris Temple, Israelites, etc., we would be progressing towards our common goal of self-sufficiency much faster. I mean, I see all of them as righteous brothers, you know what I'm saying? But I got a loose analogy, you know what I'm saying? That it's like mammals. Like we all mammals. We all in the mammal kingdom, right? You know, but see, zebras are mammals and lions are mammals. Now, to some degree, all mammals is together, you know what I'm saying? The way of life of mammals is battling against the way of life of reptiles and insects and all the other, you know. But even within mammals, you know, zebras and lions, we don't really politic. Like we both live our life in a way that's, you know, mutually beneficial or whatever. But you know, so far anyway, you know what I'm saying? You know, some things you gotta realize time gotta pass. You know what I'm saying? And maybe the people like me that's like, no, I don't think so. Maybe the people like me, maybe my time got to come and go. And then individuals that's wiser than me, one day will say, you know, this is how we doing. But while the planet rotates with me upon it, I don't see it. You know. As for right now, I teach what I teach, they teach what they teach. Sincere Shakima said, you made a comment that Farrakhan went, what did you say? Farrakhan went, or he went away from the way it was taught by Elijah. Do you think the nation of gods on earth is going in the direction of Father Allah wanted as a universal family? Now, personally, y'all really coming with the tough questions. I know I'm doing a little bit of filibustering right now. I know I'm doing a little bit of filibustering right now, but yeah, but not in a straight line, meaning like, has the progress been as fast as it could have been if we followed the idea, right? If we, like I said with Yaqub, see all of the people who, you know, was his children, they follow everything what he told them to do. It's like Allah said, look, everybody get a job, go to school, get a trade, whatever. Listen, I was with the group that, I don't know about that. Trade. What you mean, like hammer and nails? You understand what I'm saying? So it's one of them things where steps was taken backwards, steps was taken forward, steps was taken sideways. But we still in the direction. We still do at our destination. You know what I'm saying? But at certain times, because we may have stumbled here and there or took steps back, it didn't seem as clear. You know what I'm saying? But, there's definite times when you see that, we not straying away. You know what I'm saying? When a born mastermind shows up, you know what I'm saying? When it's time to get the flag, the street sign, you know what I'm saying? Different things happen that show we still in the right direction. You know what I'm saying? It's because we a nation, like I said, as a culture, that seems like a big abstract thing. But that culture is the things that everybody is doing every day, the activities of their lives, you know what I'm saying? So, you got people out here, you know what I'm saying, still doing the things that Allah wanted to see. And, it was always the case, even when Allah was here, you know what I'm saying, that everybody wasn't always for this. This is for everybody, but everybody ain't for this. So, there's people who stray away, and, straying away is, it's not like running away. Straying away is a more gradual, you understand what I mean? So you got people that on their travels into being whatever they're going to be, they start being just a slack 5% until they decide. But we haven't strayed away. You know what I'm saying? There's been no change in the teachings that Allah was something other than a man. You know what I'm saying? I can't really when you look, for instance, at the NOI, right? Nobody, I ain't gonna say nobody because I don't know all of them, but all of the ones that I seen that was around when Elijah was around, they don't deal with Farrakhan. You understand what I'm saying? But see, like Black Observation, he a young brother, he just getting the knowledge. He still comes and builds with people that walk with Allah. You understand what I'm saying? Like, we still walking with people, that's another difference between us and a lot of other people. Like, yeah, they was before us and they did their damage. You know what I'm saying? And when I damaged, they played their part in, the teaching of righteousness and freedom, justice, and equality. You know what I'm saying? But, when it comes to just straight up time on the map, we the kings. Time on the map without splitting into nothing, without going no place. You know what I'm saying? Without changing the lessons, none of that has happened. So, I would just say that we took a lot of steps in directions that's not forward. But we didn't stray away from the teachings. Now, Osborne said, how much more would the market be stimulated if you give 1 million people infrastructure jobs and taught them how to invest money? Now, that's high explosives. Yeah, Alfonso Brown said, why do you think these said nations are not aligned in commerce, land, and security? Do they each have representatives to conduct affairs amongst each other in an orderly fashion? No, we don't. We don't have, there's no liaison. There's no liaison. But see, here's my thing now. I couldn't really be, like we all gonna sit in a room and discuss what the truth is. I'm not gonna be doing that with most of these people you mentioned right here. You understand what I'm saying? But when it comes to working in an organization, right? Like say we was gonna have an organization where, we was gonna do some infrastructure in the neighborhood, right? Then yeah, I could work with all kinds of people. I had a grant that I got for my boxing class from the probation department. You know what I'm saying? Everybody knows, me and law enforcement don't exactly, they don't call me, I don't call them. You know what I'm saying? I don't do them no favors, they don't do me no favors. You see what I'm saying? But if it's something that we working together, this thing is organized. See, that's what's been happening. Is that we constantly feel that when we come together, first thing we gotta do is shake out this thing about who is law. You know what I'm saying? And then, of course, things break down and we never even get to the type of business at hand that you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? So, these are great ideas. You know what I'm saying? And it is true that, in order to make things happen, we are gonna have to work together, but that's just, I guess, a level of competitiveness or whatever, you wanna call it, that we're gonna have to overcome. Born in law. Black Observation says, Sincere Shakim, a good question. See, the Father was God, so it's a lot of misunderstandings of what he wanted, or different understandings. Allah Magnetic said we need to start making and owning our business in NGE. It's long overdue. John Data was saying, that, that's going to be one of the things that happens with the money, is that they're going to start saying that, look, the money is spreading coronavirus, so, we're going to have to do away with that. 793rd said a whole lot of magnetic in the tone of his voice, so influential. Look at all the contracts the FOI had in the 90s. Video Music Box, Uncle Ralph played that joint off Tasty Chocolate Kane album when I was wearing the flag on his white t-shirt circa 1991. Kareem said Abdul Halim Farrakhan. And listen, man. Victoria said, I just saw something mentioning the NOI was actually reincorporated after the split as the Final Call incorporated. Something to think about. Black Observation said, I definitely believe we should have just as many restaurants for the earths as the Dominicans and Jamaicans got with good food. That's an idea. See, one thing about that restaurant signs is that's a tough business. But not saying that it can't be done. I'm just saying that, 793 said ex-musicians and actors know how to utilize their magnetic to draw up their masses. Tackhead said Farrakhan left with Wallace D. Muhammad when he left the NOI. Yeah. Alfonso Brown said nations throughout the world have always found some common ground to conduct trade of goods and ideas to benefit them mutually without sacrificing their culture and creed. Yeah, but you know, when you're dealing with people that's all they got. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, nations, they able to do that when they both, you know, like, you know, we got one resource and y'all got another resource. You know what I'm saying? So if we work together, then we both can make more money off this resource. You know what I'm saying? But you know, first and foremost, you know, which is the greatest anyway, but we the only resource that we got. So that's one thing right there, is that a lot of the people that you name, right, they out there competing for the minds of the people. See, me, I just tell you, you know, what I'm saying. I'm not really, you know, that's why I don't debate with them and none of that type of stuff. You see what I'm saying? He Kareem said, I'm not from P-Line, from Medina. Who I got you mixed up with, He Kareem? You not Jansport Posse? Fly Phrase said that's exactly what they're used for in times like these, to set an example and hope everyone follows suit. He's talking about musicians and actors and famous people that they put out there to, you know, put ideas in the atmosphere, you know, that would be more attractive to people. Now, I was born said, watched some Farrakhan the other day. He was definitely swift. Then, when he was on the PE, we lost our religion, our God. Yeah, and some of us, by the way we act, have even lost our minds. And I was born said, yeah, they coexist, not exist as one. See, all these people you are speaking on, except us, think everyone is living wrong. Black Observation said Farrakhan couldn't strap Martin's boots. And what Malcolm are we talking about? Sunni El-Hajj. Man, y'all brothers, man. I see, man. Man. Alfonso Brown said, it is just foolish that there are not liaisons for each said nation to better facilitate collaboration above the differences. I mean, you know, personally, and that's why I said maybe that's what it is too, is that when you have, you know, a different group of people around, right, that didn't have the experiences that I had. You see what I'm saying? Because see, like one thing you said, like, listen, it wasn't mutual respect, man. You know what I'm saying? If for no other reason that, you know, the 5%, we a baby nation. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I don't know how other people perceive it, but, you know, our image was, you know, of a young kid out there, you know what I'm saying? Doing his teacher, man, amongst other kids. You see what I'm saying? And so, you know, from my perspective, it often seemed like, you know, they was mostly talking down to me. You know what I'm saying? You know, that, yo, you know, the 5% is a baby step, and, you know, you need to come into mosque and learn what all that stuff is really about. You know, you got to come in here because, you know, this really comes from it. You know, all these different things, you know, the religious people, yo, you know, one day something is gonna happen to you, and you're gonna call on the name of the Almighty, and all this type of stuff. Where it's like, man, what are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? But so in time, you know what I'm saying, probably when a lot of that is subsided, we'll be able to work together, you know what I'm saying? But so far that's the way it's been. John Davis said it seems we all fall victim to tribalism. Yeah, it's a form of tribalism. It's a form of tribalism. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, there's some things. That's what I'm saying. Like I just don't know, man. You know what I'm saying? Like it's definitely gonna be a limitation, Alfonso Brown, with how much we could deal with religious people. It's, you know what I'm saying, just our procedure, our culture, and everything. Like we would have to work together in a form where we come together and say, okay, look, we got to build this building, right? So look, or we got to build this building complex. We're gonna build a complex with many buildings. So look, the 5%, y'all build our building over there. Hebrew Israelites, y'all build our building over there. It'll all be a part of one thing, but let's do what we doing, and y'all do what y'all doing. Like when they want to take a break to pray, we don't want to take a break to pray. You understand what I'm saying? Certain things that we might do on our job site, certain things we might partake in, that might be haram for them. You understand what I'm saying? So let us do what we doing, and let them do what they doing. You know what I'm saying? That is one of the, like for instance, Alfonso Brown, you was talking about different nations, right, that work together. But one thing you ever notice about those nations, right, before they even have a summit, they already put on the table what we're going to talk about. Like, look, we're going to talk about these things right here that we might be able to make an agreement on. But this other stuff that we can't make no agreement on, don't bring that up. If you bring that up, sum it over. You see what I'm saying? So it would have to be put inside those parameters, right, like that, before we even came in tune with each other. Like it would already have to be, listen, when we having whatever speaking we doing together, don't, let's keep it about this right here. You see what I'm saying? And then, like I said, now they may feel like, it's their duty to be religious. So they don't want to give that up. So that's why I would say, look, if we're going to do something, that would have to be the original, we would have to sit down and say, okay, these are the parameters of what we can even agree on, what we can potentially agree on. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Alfonso Brown said, I'm not saying to try to influence each other's teachings, but to facilitate trade of ideas and goods. Knowledge Born said, I was watching Farrakhan and he spoke on that. It made me think of you because you brought it up before. There's some good points to be made in favor of that idea. Jadeda said, I wish I knew the answer, but I think we are too much. We are the original people, so in us exists the entirety of original ideas. It would be difficult to get everything going in the same direction. Jadeda said, I'm thinking where and when can we work together in peace would be righteous. Alfonso Brown said, while I'm not saying all nations should be consolidated, I just see great wars put between our people by our people while they all seemingly know that the devil thrives off keeping us separated. I think a lot of that is that's the making the word flesh. Like you said, people know that, the power is in unity, but they not coming together. A lot of that, like I said, is the condition, man. Is the condition. Like, for instance, and this from the outside looking in. Right? When do the Bloods and Crips get along? When some money to be made. You put some money on the table, Bloods is doing deals with Crips, and Crips is doing deals with Bloods. You understand what I'm saying? But when we thrust into this condition where, we've been fighting, everybody around us for resources our whole life, scratching and clawing. You understand what I'm saying? That's a part of, the nothing that the devil gives us. You know what I mean? That's a part of being made blind, deaf, and dumb by the devil when we babies. You know what I'm saying? Magnetic said there are a lot of believers in Boston, Massachusetts that also walk with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad in Temple 11. I know personally. Alfonso Brown said isolation is not always a good strategy. While they may not be your people, I'm sure you can conduct affairs that can be mutually beneficial for both yours and theirs. I mean, I do. Yeah, I work with all kinds of people. But like I said, it's, when we get off of, look, in anything, right? And, this is not a 5% thing. It's not a black thing. It's not a white thing. Let's say you was going to start a business with somebody, right? Alfonso Brown, right? And let's just say this person's name was Kevin Green. And y'all was going to start a business, right? So one of the questions is going to be, okay, are we going to call this business Brown and Green, or are we going to call it Green and Brown? You know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? So, that's why I said, as long as, we dealing with something where it's like, okay, we know this is the thing. You know what I'm saying? And when we deal with it in a way where it's like, yo, it really doesn't matter if you was a Muslim or you was a 5% or you was a Hebrew Israelite. We doing things in a way that's only dealing with the qualifications of the endeavor. You know what I'm saying? Meaning like this. If you go to a job interview, right, you're not going to quote the knowledge degree in the 1 to 10. Because that don't have nothing to do with the qualifications of you to do that job. You see what I'm saying? And you can know 120, right? And you going to get a job as a garbage collector, but you paralyzed. So, no matter how much lessons you know, you're not qualified for that job. So, that's the real key is, could things be kept in that order? I see Joseph came in. Wait, let me catch back up. Well, so that's what I love about our nation. You don't see us on YouTube trying to debate all these other groups. We teach what we teach and we keep it pushing. There's no need to debate. Kareem said Malcolm was never Sunni. Fly Frey said the beats knocking in the background. Yeah, you know how we do. You know how we do over here at Fame Labs. You know what I'm saying? The brothers is they over there, they working. You know what I'm saying? We're putting together something. See what we rock with next. You wise, no doubt, man. It's popping in here today, wise, right? I'm saying mostly everybody just doing the knowledge though today, man. But it's all good, man. Shout out to the people doing the knowledge. Alfonso Brown said more like, we are building a building. What other nations can we connect with to gather the necessary expertise and or resources to complete our building? Not to speak on teachings at all. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that happens on an individual level, which I suppose that's what you're saying. Why don't we take that to a national level and we could probably accomplish more? I mean, I think this is something too, right, Alfonso Brown, that, because, when I just read the comment just now and I looked at it in a different perspective, that, what you're describing, right, this type of cooperation is something that has to be established in each nation before we try to come together and be that way. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not sure each one of those nations individually, right, have that mentality, ingrained in each nation to work with the other people in their own nation. So then when you're expecting them, it's going to make it difficult for them to come together with other nations. You know what I'm saying? Joseph said that's peace, but first is building a solid foundation. Before we can build a building, our foundation has to be set. Then we can get shingles and tubs. Alfonso Brown said, is the foundation not set as of yet? Savior Allah. Jadeda said, I'll say it's like shooting basketball. The matter is guided by the force for a purpose. Without the matter or the force, the objective will remain unmet. Yes, yeah. If everything, if we already knew what's the knowledge and wisdom, that we coming to establish. we at? Yeah, I'm paying attention to the side rally with Alfonso Brown and Joseph right here. Kareem said, my man just showed me a news clip of a devil from Harvard being arrested for being the maker and owner of the coronavirus. Oh, man. And what was he doing? Where did he get arrested at? What else was going on in the clip? Where it was just real quick. What was the phenomenon? What was the phenomenon with that? I see Jason Rosario TV came in. Hey. New Black World Order. We got Asiatic Mathematics, Alfonso Brown, New Black World Order. We got Jade in here. We got almost the whole original. We got almost the whole original Mythbusters posse. We got all the original Mythbusters in here right now. Hey, listen. What's going on? What's going on with Jansport Posse, man? Jansport Posse was running it for a minute, man. But it seems like Side Rally Smoke Squad has been taking over. And now today we got the Mythbusters. We got the Mythbusters, the originators in the building. All right, I finally caught up. I finally caught back up to y'all now. Yeah. Dr. Dankenstein. Man, we got the old timers in here. We got the old timers in here. Doing it. Kareem said they said the Chinese government was paying him thousands of dollars weekly and a living expense for his research. You will hear about it. Yeah, you know, Sincere Shakim she's back. She's in there. She's in there somewhere scheming on your strings right now. As soon as when God Cypher Divine comes, Alfonso Brown said, who do y'all think is the best resource within the NGE to communicate with to begin the process of a nationwide directory, marketplace, etc.? See, there's two ways to look at it. You know what I'm saying? You know, in terms of coming from your idea. You know what I mean? The first way, you know what I'm saying, I would say is, look, you know, grassroots. You know what I'm saying? The people that you know what I'm saying, that got skills or whatever, you know what I'm saying, you would just collect those names and, you know, make whatever directory you're going to make. But at the same time, in my opinion, you know what I'm saying, I don't want to put words in your mouth, that's why I say my opinion. What you're really describing is a federal government. You're describing a federation. You know what I'm saying? Where, you know, for instance, you got guys in every city, every state, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But brothers in Texas, you know what I'm saying, a lot of times, you know, they doing an endeavor that's going on in Texas. And they can depend on the brothers in Texas to be the people that you know, add resources onto it. You know, time, energy, whatever it takes. You see what I'm saying? You know, if you had a federation, I'm asking, you know, you talking about a federation where you able to direct these resources a little more. You know what I'm saying? Because especially if you're talking about building this into something, right, where then you're gonna have liaisons with other nations, right? Then some of these resources have to be able to be directed. You understand what I'm saying? Joseph said, "How y'all see that Defense Production Act? Is when did that pass? Is that, you know? Because I've been avoiding the news. I've been avoiding the news. Right now, I saw it being written in the on the top floor of the CIA." Saladin. Saying this act, this Defense Production Act is basically a hostile takeover of U.S. businesses. So what's that, when they can force them to make whatever, like when they said that GM and the other company had to make ventilators? Tommy Robinson.
He's a fucking cunt, man. He is a CIA, MI5 asset, Tommy Robinson.
I don't think this is the same Tommy Robinson.
But this Tommy Robinson is a member of the EDL. What's that? The English Defence League. Racist motherfucking cunt. You don't heard about him, no?
Nah,
like, it's not like racist. It's like towards the Muslims, the terrorist attacks.
You know something? I have heard of this dude. I have heard of this guy.
Yeah.
I know that's.
But it ain't.
That's not just Tommy Robinson. Oh man. Alfonso Brown is saying that he's talking about more so streamlined communication and awareness, which would thus lead to greater collaboration within the nation, not directed by a central authority. I mean, look, this is what I can tell you. You know, if you come into law school, right, we got pictures of Farrakhan up, you know, there's pictures of Elijah in there. There's pictures of, you know, Harriet Tubman, Noble Drew Ali, you know, there's, you know, we got pictures of a whole, you know, we open to communication, we just not open to religion. You know what I'm saying? You know, and I don't know. Maybe they could say the same thing. Maybe they could say, look, we got pictures of Allah in here. We got pictures of justice. You know, we got pictures of Black Messiah, Firstborn. You know what I'm saying? We got pictures of ABG. But I don't know other nations to do that. I'm in a large school, in our headquarters, we got pictures of these people up, man. You know what I'm saying? We don't have nothing against their teachers. We just saying, look, they teach what they teach and we teach what we teach. You know what I'm saying? But you know, even in terms of, look, you know, a brother passed away. You know what I'm saying? And you know, the brother was a 5%. That's who he was. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, anybody that's been to these events, they'll know that, look, there'll be a religious person that'll get up and say, you know, look, you know, y'all in here certain things, and, you know, it's my religious duty to get up and tell y'all that Jesus Christ is my Savior. See, once they start going into that, they're going to lose us, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, we open to communication, man. You know what I'm saying? Joe Self said the act got signed about 3 days ago. Big fiasco with the 3M court. All right, yeah, I have heard about this. They want 3M to not export any of their masks and all of that. And 3M was saying they defying the order. All right, yeah, I have heard about that. Yeah, I had to tell him, man, this is not the same Tommy Robinson, man. 793rd said that he changed from just letting one company handle those mask contracts or still just one. Savior Love said gotta get paid eventually. Nas Bourne said indeed this was really just a power play to look tough. He probably had beef with 3M and used the act to elbow check him. 793rd said only 3M, right? Interesting. Heard they've been begging dude to utilize his constitutional power to enact the fund. Born you truth, he foot dragging. 793rd, Joe Self said one company still and their biggest factory is in China. So they step up production in the US while declining the China factory. Jason Rosario TV said, I watch all the press conferences right now. We are in need of certain resources, masks, etc. And the president is using the Defense Production Act so certain companies can use their factories to make what we need. Yeah, but you know, Jason Rosario, the problem becomes will they ever see, because they enacting these laws, right? A lot of them, I'm not hearing about it. They could be in there, but I'm not hearing about what's the sunset on these laws. By sunset, meaning, okay, you kicked it in right now, but what's going to kick it out? You know what I'm saying? Like, what you instituted this state that contradicts the Constitution of the United States, right? That's supposed to have a sunset in it. It's supposed to say, okay, it's going to be from now until now. And then if it needs to be renewed, it's supposed to be renewed. That's what's constitutional. You know what I'm saying? Alfonso Brown said he's out real quick. What he's dropping is we are living in a time of bio warfare, cyber warfare, info warfare, and economic warfare. Joseph said there is a Kennedy presumed dead in Maryland and no news on it. A few weeks ago, the Kennedy retweeted some 3M tweet. We talking about like John Kennedy? John Kennedy's family? Somebody young? A young Kennedy?
John Kennedy Jr. they're talking about.
He's been going a while. Jason Rosario said once we are no longer.
His son.
Yeah, his son.
Kennedy's grandson. That's what it means.
He got a grandson?
Yeah. Junior's son.
Nah, Junior ain't got no kids.
So what are they talking about?
I think he talking about maybe one of the nephews or something. There's still a lot of them up there.
Yeah, but they were all part of the same shit anyway, man.
Hey, man. We shall see. Jason Rosario said once we are no longer in a state of emergency and once the stockpiles are full, Obama administration didn't leave anything prepared as far as equipment that we need. I'm saying, Jason Rosario
Obama
TV,
bombed more
you said
countries.
once we are no longer in a state of emergency, I'm saying, is that line in the bill? Because see, that's how the law works. That line has to be in the bill. Or another bill has to be passed to take it away. Kareem said the devil was charged with illegal ties to China, not with COVID-19, and it's from 2 months ago. It was only a post, but still kind of sound funny style.
When's Imp gonna get out?
Oh man, we gotta call up there and see. Right now,
I didn't want to do it now.
Nah, I mean, we can call anytime.
He must be okay though, right?
Yeah, they would have called and said something if that was the case.
No, but they don't want to do it because of what's happening.
Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, they're not gonna let him out right now. Nah.
Don't want to do that. Yeah. Well.
Alfonso Brown
You got any bread?
said look into.
I'll get an Uber if you want cars and a six-pack. You got a 5?
I'll send it to you. What's in it?
Oh, you've got Cash App. Alright. What about some more weed then?
Yeah, let's see what's
Yeah,
good.
I just want to buy something.
See what's up with K-Boy.
Oh yeah, alright. Yeah, fair play.
Wait, Alfonso Brown said look into Russia attacking critical infrastructure through cyber means and China fighting the trade war by withholding U.S. medical supplies. We get 90% plus from China.
It's a good fucking shout, that is. It's a good shout.
Let's see.
Oh.
Joe Self said Maeve Kennedy Townsend, daughter of Kathleen Kennedy, granddaughter to Ted Kennedy. Her and her 8-year-old is missing in the river. Jason Rosario said it's not a bill, it's more of an executive action that the president has powers to do. Yeah, he can't, the only thing that takes away an executive order is an act of Congress, and even that's kind of shaky because separation of powers. But what would definitely negate it is another executive order. But see, once those executive orders, the first of the executive orders was against the Constitution. The very first executive order Um, I'm. It was either there was some executive order that was given to Congress because I know it was Abraham Lincoln.
Yo, he says an hour.
So what are we talking?
It's 150.
350, Who we talking?
So that's what
Who we talking? Like 4 o'clock.
Well, then if he does, then we need to go somewhere. Go to that place. Is that place open? And them fucking roast beef shits. Remember? On the other side.
Oh yeah.
I was go there.
Oh man.
Are they still open, places like that?
Actually, yeah, that place is open. We passed it; it was open. But we probably should call it off. But Abraham Lincoln is the one that started with the executive orders. You know what I'm saying? And that was one of the reasons he was doing it, was because he needed to do stuff that was against the Constitution. So I know, for instance, one of his executive orders was suspending habeas corpus. That was one of the things he did. And there was another one that he issued some type of order to Congress that at the time, like it's something that became common now. But it was an order that he gave to Congress at the time, right? That is unconstitutional.
What's unconstitutional is what's happening now, bro.
Those executive orders, to a large degree, are unconstitutional. Joe Self says, so Kennedy is missing and no national news. I mean,
They just have to give me the key for the fucking post office. Yeah, let's give me that shit. What am I gonna do? Put his mail down here or more, you know what I mean? I'm holding
but Joseph, what about this aspect where the way I look at it is the Kennedys kind of got displaced by the Bushes as America's most powerful family. Like, to me, it seemed like, they've been out of favor for quite some time. Like, what's the Ted was like the last of the last, you know what I mean? Like, they lost, John is dead, the sister, they tried to run her for governor one time, but she didn't make no noise. So, I don't know if the Kennedys is still really news like that. Jason Rosario TV said they were trying to tell the president to put all companies under Defense Production Act, and he refused because he said that would mean that we are a communist country where they nationalize all industries. 793 said people shook, not thinking, caring, and just want the right to get out of their houses without sports and live shows. So all they hear are actors and athletes telling them we're all in this together. Joseph said we might be looking at a military tribunal for political and private executives. Military tribunal? Why are they going to a military tribunal? We all in it together, but they got acres to go out and still do they social distance. Jason Rosario TV said, I just read this. Washington's first order in June 1789 directed the heads of executive departments to submit reports about their operations. No, the executive departments, that's like the cabinet. Joseph said because one branch can't just make up laws for everybody, but the executive orders make that possible. Yeah, the executive orders is one of them things that kind of self-reinforce. Like kind of what makes the executive orders constitutional is that the president issues them. Joseph said Ted was the last, but they still had babies and they still rich. Plus, that lady was married to Schwarzenegger. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if they, they not as prominent, and I mean, this news right here, you gotta realize, man, that the people on the news want to be movie stars, really, really bad. I didn't realize it myself until Trump was running, you know what I'm saying? And I saw how people latched on to that story because it made them famous. I didn't see it before, but like in almost every big news story, right? A star reporter is made. Like you got people that they came up on for OJ. You know what I'm saying? When it was the OJ case, or this person covered the riots, or this person covered, the riots, and like I remember that dude was just a regular dude on the news. And then all of a sudden he was covering the riots in St. Louis, right? When they shot the kid in St. Louis, he was covering the riots out there, and then all of a sudden he became, I think Don Lemon, or he was like a regular dude that used to be on the news sometimes. You understand what I'm saying? So, I think this coronavirus thing is just so big where it's like, listen, man, you know what I'm saying?
It's 2 o'clock.
We stars right now, man. We ain't got no time looking in no river for nobody. You know what I'm saying? Like, they not even covering the presidential contest no more. I think this coronavirus really caused, what's my man's name? Millionaires and the billionaires. Bernie Sanders, man. He was definitely a casualty of coronavirus. $793 said after Ted drove old girl in the Chappaquiddick, then ironically, John died up on the island flying a plane to their crib, basically the same spot. Now was born said a missing Kennedy ain't gonna beat out the virus. No, not. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That story is just so sexy that it doesn't seem, people gotta make their bones. And then, the news industry is struggling on top of that. So if they get something where they getting some revenue in, they running with it. Joe Jadetta said wartime powers are generally more expansive and permissive, right? We've been in the war nearly 20 years. Yeah, wartime generally more expansive. Wartime powers are completely expansive. Like there's no there's no middle ground with wartime powers. You know what I'm saying? Once wartime powers get, the Constitution is suspended. Joseph said with all these executive orders, the president is now the sole CEO of the U.S. court. No more shareholders. Right. Man. We gotta wait. We gotta wait till something comes up, D. Christian. When something comes up, when somebody does something or says something, that we had to hit it. It's a endeavor. State of the art of the state. Okay, now I'm gonna give you some advice. State of the art of the state. Stay out of the side rallies. Don't get involved with the side rallies. Fly Phrase said that's how the whole Kardashian clan. That's how the whole Kardashian clan got put on. The daughters of one of OJ's lawyers. Victoria said, "Word, there's definitely something going on. Just can't prove it. They're all guilty to otherwise. No coincidences." I mean, you know, I just sit back and observe. I know they got to make their loot, man. And you know, they got a motto: if it bleeds, it leads. So that's mostly how I look at it. $793 said news can't get alive in the field exclusive with social media and everybody with phones now. With the weathermen cleaning up on the awards, risking their lives for stories. Yeah. You know. Joe Self said, we all know ain't no people gonna change the president at this time or a time of uncertainty. So you think this is guaranteeing Trump the presidency? I'll tell you one thing I've been seeing already is that a lot of states been kicking back the election. You know, at least the primary. So, you know. Najala says, so you think Bernie Sanders will have one of what? Now I was born said I seen it from the rip when he started calling himself the wartime president. Joe Self said, but you know the devil can't get along with himself. Jason Rosario TV said, yeah, that habeas corpus executive order was very important. I'm still studying that concept of habeas corpus. I know that's what they used to legalize slavery, and Lincoln made that change in the law. They used to legalize slavery. They used habeas corpus to legalize slavery? Nah, man. Not the dusty hose. Yeah, you can't talk like that with my 15%. With my 15% female subscribers, 793rd. You call the Kardashians dusty hoes, man. New Black World Order said no more than can gather 6 feet apart. So how will the elections take place in November? Yeah, that's, and they talking about maybe doing it over the phone, maybe doing it over the phone or something. Not over the phone, over the computers or mail-in ballots and all the stuff that is just ripe for corruption. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's, who knows? Joseph said, yeah, war usually solidifies a re-election for any party. No, habeas corpus is not on the dollar bill, state of the art. Yeah, voting via satellite and all these stuff and these machines. So that's you know what I'm saying? Now, habeas corpus, actually, I don't know. Yeah, Ajax Mathematics, you can hit the Latin for us. I know corpus means body. Corpus means body. I think habeas means something like you will produce. Like you will produce the body. But they mean, Joseph said it sounded like a death sentence. But no, they mean a live person. Like you need to bring this person. That was basically habeas corpus is like, in the times with the monarchies and the royal, kings and everything, they could just have like, where they like, yo, throw them in the dungeon. You know what I'm saying? And you end up in the dungeon and, the only thing that happened was the king got mad at you or whatever. So habeas corpus meant, nah, you got to bring the person over here and tell us why you holding them. You know what I mean? Like why you know what I'm saying? That the person, he's a free person, right? First of all, who are you? That you know what I'm saying? You got to come, say who you are, and you got to say why you holding this person. You know what I'm saying? So habeas corpus is, why you got to be arraigned. You know what I'm saying? You get arrested, they got to bring you into court, tell the people, you know what I'm saying? Like the court is a public proceeding. You know what I'm saying? They got to bring you in front of the people and say, look, the person is all right. You know what I'm saying? That's habeas corpus. D. Christian said, Yeezy gonna plead the blood of our righteous brother Jesus when he hear what you said and drop a mixtape. He called man, women dusty hoes, man. I ain't even supposed to be saying that word. With my 15% female viewership. Sadiq said habeas corpus is a law to use when you're in confinement in hopes that you will be released. Yeah. Habeas corpus, that means you gotta get a day in court. You know what I'm saying? They gotta bring you to the court. They gotta say, what they case is, why they holding you, and you get a chance to say why they need to let you go. Kanye selling clothes with holes in it? Joseph said they all good now. Kanye Yeezus has cleansed their sins. Good God. wasn't your fault. Those men is the devil. Ray J is the devil. Allah Magnetic said habeas corpus are also used when you're in jail if you need to be in court in another county and the county does not know yet they're in the present jail that you're in. Yeah. In the instance that he's talking about, once they arrest you, right, and you in their custody, then they responsible for producing you in that other courtroom. Lucia D said, yes, I learned that in my confinement days. D. Christian said he doing a chic homeless couture look. Kanye? $797 said just wait for the Yeezus Rock Nation of Islam album to drop. Man. Musa D said a lot of drunk drivers out tonight. So much for staying home. Where you at right now? Where you at out there on the road, man? So we can know to stay away from that highway. Stay away from that highway. State of the Art said is there Latin in the 120 lessons? Now there's words that's derived from Latin, but there's no Latin in 120 lessons. You think Kanye might start hanging with these two and become a Muslim guy? Illinois, Wisconsin border, yeah. I doubt I'll be in Wisconsin anytime soon. Now, as Allah said, I haven't checked for Kanye West in a long time. Yeah, Kanye West. Allah Magnetic said, do you know it's funny though? They scream this coronavirus started in China. However, United States has the most cases. Where did this really start? 793rd said me either. He hasn't checked Kanye West either since the Alicia Keys You Don't Know and the beat he did for Scarface, Camel, and Beans. Oh man. We started going in now, I see. Yeah, I don't know if y'all gonna get Kanye on the Muslim guy train. I don't know if we're gonna see Kanye on the Muslim guy train. That might be a little bit difficult. Did you see the film? It was like a video I saw of Kanye talking, and he didn't have no bass in his voice, yo. Like no bass in his voice, man. I don't want to be politically incorrect, but he didn't have any bass in his voice. Rosario TV said, now on a worldwide level, they are trying to do anything to stop the next election. It was a big global plan. Man, listen. I'll wait till it play itself out, man. And then I'll make my decision on what I think happened. All I can tell you right now is that only the strong survive. You know, technology allows us to ignore certain natural laws. You know what I'm saying? Like, see, whatever it is, you know, you dealing with, you know, you got different people that may have an illness, right? And because there's a medication for it that keeps you alive, instead of you really doing what you need to do to correct the situation, you would just take the insulin and just keep right on eating what you was eating, living how you was living. You understand what I'm saying? Now something came that the insulin can't conquer. You know what I'm saying? You know. I just, you know, if I just want y'all to know that I'm that type of person. I'm one of those kind of people. Like, everybody who is wrong in their predictions, I'm gonna let you know that I recall that you said this whole thing was a plan. Joseph said, how is Corona so big, but all the pics I see, only doctors and nurses wear masks? I mean, a lot of that stuff. You see what I'm saying with this stuff, man? Actually, tattered and bummy clothes was a marketing ploy the devil took from the conditions of the black man, staged it, and profited along with blackface. Like, there's literally a conspiracy theory about everything. You know, this is, you know, when we get to that level, man. This is when we get to that level, man. What is the correct pronunciation? Well, I say it Jeebus Salaman Oreo. You know, some people got Ariel. Nah, July said, I thought Kanye was up in Wyoming preaching. Yeah, that's the last I heard too. Victoria said Kanye hopped on the Griselda bandwagon. That's interesting. Yo, man, Kanye sound like he spent some time in the caves, man. Sound like he spent some time in the caves right now. Joseph said, I think Kanye is a clone. The real one is in Cuba sipping mojitos with Tupac. I think, you know, Kanye is a guy that I think, you know, he was raised by his college professor mother, right, to, you know, speak proper English and, you know, be a certain kind of way. And you know, to get involved with the hip hop or whatever, you know what I'm saying, that was his aspiration. You know what I'm saying? That, you know, he put a little bass in his voice because he knew that's what was, you know, the only thing that was acceptable in that hip hop world, you know what I'm saying? But that now that he's in the world where those, you know, mannerisms that he picked up in his youth is beneficial to him, that's what he's doing. You know what I'm saying? I don't know about being a clone, you know. I think they hit him with the Mighty Thor. I definitely think they hit him with the Mighty Thor. Now, as Allah said, they're just planting fear in everyone at this point. Yeah, it's like you know, it's like a certain punch drunkenness. It's like a punch drunkenness, you know, where, like I was saying, I don't know if I said it on the live yesterday or what day I said it, but it's almost like abused children. You know what I'm saying? Where if you ever seen a child that was abused, anytime they parent just wave, they like parents say, look, like pass me that right there. And they'll just jump. Because they so traumatized. And it's like, you know, we've been so traumatized with disaster that we keep having to come up with these, you know, explanations. D Christian, it might be a devil coming out, man. I'm telling you.
Make him come.
Hold on, let me hear him. I gotta get up this right here. Matter of fact, hold on, let me hit him right here. Forgot all about this.
Yeah, come on.
Fanciness.
You know what he's like, man. If you bother him, he'll come quicker. He said he's got the weed. He's gonna bring weed for everybody. I'll go to the gas station, whatever. Get a couple of drinks.
Now, July, but say the arson, I was just thinking that, how did the devil get all this in a short time? Does darkness move faster than light as far as development and righteousness? You was just thinking, how did the devil get all this in a short time? Get all what, and what amount of time are you saying is short? Now, as Allah said, Kanye ain't been the same since his mother passed away mysteriously. I did notice that too. Luke K said, I got one more. My 39th degree says, take the devils with it says it with an apostrophe. I've seen that, the devils into hells, but never with the apostrophe. Yeah, Najala, you seen that too, right? I think they hit him with the Mighty Thor. Definitely that. They hit him with the Thorazine Shuffle, man. Hey, look. Heavy dosages. They hit it with heavy dosages. Hey, listen. Y'all can say I'm a conspiracy theorist if y'all want. They hit that boy with the Mighty Thor. The Mighty Thor. The hammer. Joseph said, I always thought that it was odd for a black college professor to get breast surgery, plastic surgery. But, yeah, listen. You know, I thought that was peculiar too, where it just was, yeah, it seemed odd. You know, Luke K said, is it singular or plural? Well, when I seen it with the S on it, it was plural. The way you got it is singular, but with the apostrophe, like I said, I seen it say devils into hells, but I never seen it with the apostrophe. Now, as I said, Kanye is definitely different from the Chicago Kanye. $793 said, how you letting your old earth choose for elective surgery for something that wasn't a health issue? I mean, I don't know if he had the power to stop her. Jason Rosario TV said he's not part of the Masonic clan, so that's why they hate on Trump so much. I've been analyzing this like a laser. Yeah, Trump was never down with them. I can tell you that from New York. They never liked Trump. They never liked Trump. The rich people never liked Trump. See, first of all, this the first thing off the bat. See, rich people, at least in New York, I'm talking about that old school money, you know what I'm saying, from the old world, and their people that they deal with, they never talk about money. And you don't never see Michael Bloomberg talking about his money. Every blue moon, you might see Warren Buffett talking about his money, but it's really in the form of, I'm teaching about investments and all of that. They don't talk about money. And all Trump can talk about is, Trump like Dave Chappelle, man. Trump could be, I'm rich, bitch! I'm rich! So that was one of the first things they didn't like about Trump, where they just feel like he's lowbrow. You know what I'm saying? Trump is old English 800 to they Chateaubriand. From 1700 that's been sitting in the cellar for 200 years. Trump is like a 40 ounce. He's like a 40 ounce of Cokie 900 or what you call that stuff? Cobra. He's like a 40 ounce of Cobra. Angela said right after he snapped on President Bush, the Christian said black college professors don't necessarily equal knowledge of self or love of self. Yeah, but that was still, it just seemed like, and then it's like, I don't know, it did seem funny to me. State of Art said, is this a part of their language that we didn't take? Disease, fear, death, destruction, and are more of our people in this time speaking their language? No. Joseph said, I'm reading this cute thing too, but Trump a devil too. Now I think this just old money versus new money, the old system versus the new system. 793 said Precisely, as a lot of professors and so-called well-educated women still have the choice to thought, chase clowns, and make poor decisions caught up in six. Why you gonna call them thought 790? 793rd is listen. We running the He-Man Women's Haters Club over here tonight, man. What are you laughing at, Johnson? Jason Rosario said that's why he went through the church circuit. Jason Rosario said he went through the church circuit and flipped it. It's real 5D chess happening. I mean, you know, you really think these people are that smart? Luke Cage. Now, Valentine is too good. Valentine's too good for Trump. King Cobra. What's that? They got some kind of wild horse or something. What's that? I don't never be down at that end of the refrigerator. I just pass it by. I can't tell you all the names, but yeah, that shelf. Yeah, crazy horse. 793rd said thoughting is a sport. Come on, man. Joseph said Trump was best friends with JFK Jr., both from the desert. Who else from the desert? Cuomo. Yep, they all three from the desert. See why Trump and Cuomo beefing? Cuomo be beefing with everybody, man. Cuomo got y'all fooled, man. He's the Prince of Darkness, man. Nobody likes him. He won by default, man. And he's just sitting there like, come on, dude. These are no-brainers. And see, what it is with him, right, is he got incompetence on both sides of him. You know what I'm saying? Trump, not so much incompetence as inexperience. You know what I'm saying? And de Blasio was outright incompetent. So with these two, you know, yeah, every move he makes start to look good. But listen, man, let me tell y'all, just in case y'all getting caught up on this bandwagon where I'm hearing people talk about Cuomo for president, don't do it. Do not do it. Do not do it. He's only in there because his daddy was the governor. I see a lot of y'all not from New York, y'all may not know that. But his daddy was the governor, and he was so well loved that he kept the name. You know, the name stayed, you know, especially for those of us that if you was here before Giuliani and Pataki came in, you know, and just the harshness that they instituted, right? Certain segments of New York never forgot Cuomo, you know what I'm saying, in that era. So he really won because of that, man. This dude, listen, man, do not fall for the Prince of Darkness, man. That's what he is, man. He's like King Cobra, man. Ah, man, Fly Phrase brought up the slits. Woo! Woo! The slits. Yeah, Trump is a tall can of slits. Hey, listen. He's a six-pack of Pabst Blue Ribbon. Pabst Blue Ribbon. I ain't never even drank Pabst Blue Ribbon. I just seen the people that drink it. And it was like, nah, that's... I never even had a Pabst Blue Ribbon. Joseph said Trump be talking like Chucky from Fresh. Oh, man. Oh, man. Still Reserve. Yeah, see, now y'all talking about this. Still Reserve 211. Yeah, now we get to that's the Trump shelf. That's the Trump shelf. If beef go back to Queens, could be. You never know. Just like Cuomo and De Blasio beef, I think really go back to the Clinton administration. They both they both worked for Clinton. State of the art said, I respectfully give Trump a Confederate flag, you know where he stand. Luke K said, yeah, Cuomo name held weight because of his pops. Yeah, he's a prince of darkness, right? He's a prince of darkness. If y'all elect him, darkness will be spreading. 793rd said the Mickey's with the brass monkey on the side. We don't want to take... Now the boy said, hey, Pabst is a good beer. I don't know, man. The Pabst Blue Ribbon. Whenever I see the people drinking that, I'm like, nah, I don't think that's for me. Victoria said Valentine had the rebus in the cap. I think you talking about private stock had the riddles. That, yeah, like how they got the Snapple with the thing in the top. That's how private stock used to be, but with riddles. Luke K said that dude is weak like natural light. Natural light. Woo! Woo! That's that laying on the sidewalk stuff. D. Christian said this is sounding like Alcoholics Anonymous. Joseph said the rumor is the mafia killed JFK. Hey, that's what they keep saying. Shawborn Infinite. Tell him, man, that Blue Ribbon, man. $793 said Pabst and Budweiser are almost equals, like red, white, and blue. Yeah, man. Chuck Joseph said Trump is like 1 part Henny, 2 part Four Loko. Now Trump is all Four Loko. Yep. This nigga 793 said he had a whole pocket full of riddle caps. Oh, man. Joseph said Trump is petty. He don't let go of nothing. Oh, man. Natural ice. Man. Y'all know a little bit too much about that shelf, man. y'all. Woo. Oh, man, the Schaefer's. Forgot about this. Listen, Schaefer's. Put Schaefer's in there with the Pabst, man. Put Schaefer's in there with the Pabst, man. Whoa. See, that's that hardcore beer. That's that hardcore beer. That's that beer that is more powerful than liquor. Black Label. Y'all going in. $7.93 says Pops a hard-working man drank Schaefer's off the commercials in the 70s. Ah, man. See, those American beers be powerful, man. But not in a good way. Those American beers like that Miller and all type of stuff like that, you gonna get a headache, man. Data said, all I know is Cabin Still whiskey was like $8 for a liter. Cabin Still whiskey. Never even heard of it. But it sounds that sounds realer than you might be ready for. D-Crit, that's what I'm saying. This sound like a roll call. Listen, this sound like you open it up. This sound like you open it up to all the characters in the neighborhood, and they all just came in and ordered. State of art said, I see today's mathematics is power refinement. Power is the truth in any cipher, not only building, but also refining on the cipher. All right? $7.30 is crazy, man. So he's begging for a sip of Budweiser until he told me to hold it and not put it down. Nah, July says Schaefer's is $4.50 for a 12-pack. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. You gonna wind up sleeping on the floor. You gonna wind up sleeping on the floor, man. St. Paulie's Girl. Whoa. I ain't never even seen. I seen that in the store, but I ain't never seen nobody drinking that. Ray and Nephew, yeah, the Ray and Nephew out, man. The Ray and Nephew. Yeah, I got one for y'all, man. I got one for y'all. See, I don't know if the young look 793rd is gonna know what I'm talking about. Listen, 793rd. How could you miss the pink champagne? How could you miss the pink champagne? Well, as you said, the night train. Night. That's the night train, all right, man. You talk about, look, that night train and that Mad Dog. Man, y'all going in now. Ham's beer, I don't think they got that in New York. The pink champagne. No, July said Floyd near done that. Slept on the floor of the Schaefer. That's what I'm saying, son. Yeah, say. I remember the pink champagne. It was another kind of champagne too. It wasn't just pink champagne. It was another kind of champagne. But I didn't know nobody would drink that kind. They had another kind of Old English ice. Billy D was the bull. John Daly said I never rock with the Irish Rose. Yeah, the Wild Irish has some popularity. You know what I'm saying? You know, Trump is straight Cisco. Victoria said old granddad got cat kicked out of school. Listen, man, if you ain't a granddad, man. Yeah, the Brass Monkey. Even though I used to like the Brass Monkey. That was, see, the problem with the Brass Monkey is that it tasted too good. Tasted like some kind of juice, man. The Cuddy Sharp. And y'all cats been going in, man. Golden Champagne, yeah, that's what it was. Trump the Blue Quarter Waters. Yeah, nah, Trump is Cisco. Big bottle. New Black World Order said, wake up on the kitchen floor with a dozen eggs on your chest with a fork in your head. Ah, man, get out of here, Knowledge Boy. That's what Pink Champagne was from Trenton. Listen, it figures. I could definitely believe that Pink Champagne is from Trenton. LaFrey said he can't stand the black licorice. New Black World Order said, wake up on the kitchen floor with a dozen eggs on your chest and a fork. Oh, man. State of the Art said, why is your button black? What button? Man. Joseph said I like Red Stripe, but it don't give me buzz like it used to. Red Stripes, yeah, you might catch me with a Red Stripe now. Might catch me with a Red Stripe. They made Paps in East Orange? Get out of here. I didn't know they was making all that beer right in Jersey. The Ice House. Oh, man.
What do you want, man? We need to
What?
cash out that shit now. Cable come here in 15 minutes.
Well, he came out coming on 15
It's
minutes.
gonna be here in 15 minutes.
You gotta see that.
Yo, can you cash out that shit, man?
Yeah. I got you. Brass Monkey is Myers rum vodka and orange juice. Didn't know that. Man. All I got, all it, so let me get this straight. All of y'all from Medina. All of y'all from the Medina tree, cause y'all are clearly the drinkers and the thinkers. Y'all are clearly. Listen, shout out to the drinkers and the thinkers. What? Yeah, I'm surprised we ain't got none of the Southern brothers in here. See, we had somebody from down south. We cause nobody brought up the what you call that stuff? That corn liquor that they have in the what they call that stuff? That corn looking at be clear white. Yeah, blackberry brandy had a little run. Everclear, oh nah, Everclear, that's something else too. Oh man. Nah, this some stuff they make. This some stuff they make down south, like some kind of corn liquor. What they call that stuff, man? Somebody gonna know, man. He said, let us know you down with the chat. Everclear. Man, listen. Yeah, it's some kind of moonshine, D Christian. It is. It's some kind of moonshine. But it's they got a name. That stuff, man, you ain't even gotta swallow it. You ain't even gotta swallow it. You could just that pure grain alcohol, that's it. You could just splash that around in your mouth and spit it out, and just from right there you'd be buzzed. $7.93 said roommate from South Carolina brought me some real moonshine too. Between that, dipping, chewing tobacco, straight to the toilet. Man, listen. Yeah, that stuff, that's some other stuff right there that ain't no joke, man. Talking about wake up with a dozen eggs on your chest. Hold up, here's the question though. New Black World Order. Are the eggs still in the container? Have the eggs been cooked? Are the eggs cracked all over you? Like, I got a picture of this. Like, listen, you come into the room and you see somebody laying on the floor with a dozen eggs. Listen, that's something right there, man. You need a conspiracy theory to explain that, man. What you doing down there? It was the devil! Why you broke all the eggs like that, boy? The devil made me do it! I'm just trying to picture the eggs, man. Yo! Oh, man, New Black World Order said with my shell toes on. Oh, man. Oh, man. Joseph said, my tree is by way of G. Colleen. Oh, yeah, you got your tree. Listen, yeah, you with the drinkers and the thinkers. G. Colleen. Oh, man. Talking about gladiator season. You talking about gladiator season. Oh, man. I was born, said I tried it when I was little. It's the reason they tell you not to swallow the tobacco juice. And that is the craziest thing. Listen, man, I gotta put that in a song. I gotta put that. I gotta find. I don't even know how to fit that in, but I gotta put that in a song or something. Listen, I gotta put that in one of my videos or something where you just walk in and somebody. Oh man. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be a grown person when you do that, man. You gotta be a grown person, cause say, I can't imagine. Look, imagine you lay down on the floor like that and your mom's come in. Look, she ain't even tight. She ain't even tight, you messed up. Boy, you wasted a dozen eggs. Listen. Listen. You got them old women get on the phone and call up the whole family. You better come get your grandson. This boy here that broke up a dozen eggs laid on my floor. Woo! They had to send you to church, man. They had to send. Booster G said, woke up on the side of the toilet off that gold slagger. Yeah, that gold slagger is another thing, man. That gold slagger is another thing that's powerful, man. What's Red Man True got alcohol in it? What he got in it? Joe Self said, I know the stories, but my body not built for alcohol. Man.
It's 3 o'clock.
Listen. That right there, New Black World. What was that movie? Remember that movie with dudes was in Vegas, the Hangover. That listen, if they'd have paid you $1 million, if you would have been able to put that, if they, that's so. You can't make that kind of stuff up, man. Non-magnetic said, where's G Khalim at now? When I caught 120, he gave me my flag. I don't know exactly. Somewhere down in Virginia. Victoria said, tequila and my physical do not mix. I'm horrible off that madness. Oh, man, yeah, say. That right there, that's one of the things I always say, like, listen, you know, if something happened to me and I lose all my memory, I'm not going to forget the image of somebody laying on the kitchen floor with a dozen eggs in a fucking... Yeah. Because I'm just wondering how you felt. Like that's like a perfect, like you just... That's like a perfect fall, man. That's the crazy. And on that note, man. On that note, we gotta take it down, y'all, man.
Bex.
Yes.
Scott's gonna call me in a minute. He's gonna be outside by.
A lot of magnetic say he took that. Oh, I don't.
Is this rubbish?
Yeah, I don't know about.
Is it? You done with this now?
Yeah.
Come on, man. We're gonna keep it clean.
That is crazy. New Black World Order said it was 4 a.m. I was trying to cook. Listen, that right there is crazy. The Christians say, nah, that's one of them. That's one of them Bugs Bunny banana peel slip fall. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying though, man. How the eggs, yo, that is a scenario and a half right there, man.
Gotta keep everything clean, spotless. What's this shit left in this pan, man?
I don't know. I don't know nothing about what he took and what he's taking.
Oh, it's lots of beans and shit.
Joseph says, so do you crack each egg or just broke the whole carton? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to picture the whole thing, man. It's
These shits for tomorrow.
all right. I'm trying to picture the whole thing, man.
Joints, steak fries.
That is some of the most crazy.
Steak fries and chili.
That's you should write a movie, man. I'm telling you, just on that scene right there, like just how that happened. And I bet you he had those eggs seasoned perfectly. I bet those are the best eggs he ever made. That ended up. I bet that was the best eggs he ever made. That ended up on his chest. Those was gourmet eggs, man. Yeah, state of the art. What degrees you knowledge now, man? Let's get back to some serious business, man. We had enough comedy for the day, man. First, y'all went in on Kanye's wife. y'all went in on Fat Cow, man. Y'all been going in on everybody, man. What degrees you knowledge now, state of the art? Cause I remember last time you proceeded like 1 degree or something. Yeah, new Black World Order. Yeah, he clearly had the devil in him. He had the devil in him, man. The devil. Come on, 790. State of the art. The question on the table is, what degrees do you knowledge now, man? Cause you ain't been to the class in a while, man. You should be up there. You should at least be in your 140. You see this? State of the art said I'm still on the culture knowledge. What? On the culture degree in knowledge, now the culture, since all this, I need that approval from the academy, the school. Well, listen, in this day and time right now, I said this a couple of lives ago, but look, we all.
Send me the cash out.
I got you, man. This is, like I told you,
Request. Right. 10.
Alright.
Famous music. There you go.
I said, throw your manifest in the trash. What manifest?
Whatever happens, I can't let that slip. And if my mother's in a bad way, she would poison me. I'm gonna do that. Some more. The cancer, you like,
Nah, I ain't. Elijah. But see, state of the art right now, man, the school, the school is it's indefinite when it might be back open, you know what I'm saying? We get the full knowledge from day one. So the best situation is when we can come together and be together and add on together and all of that. That's the best situation. You know what I'm saying? But the reality is, this is one of those times where everybody got to be able to hold up their square. And even when we come together, everybody got to be able to uphold a part of the square. You know what I'm saying? This ain't really that time. I'm talking about in the world. Not that it ain't that time with me or it ain't that time with you. Or I'm talking about when we look at the environment and the conditions that we exist in right now. We got to activate our knowledge and wisdom. You understand what I'm saying? Like I said, your culture, man, is your patterns, the pattern of activity in your life, right? When facing the challenges of survival and remaining civilized. It's mad devils out here. These devils ain't even hitting the light. Well, that's another issue. Yeah, Knowledge Born said the manifest he said that showed and proved he was God, said he got it from Umar. I mean, like, that's not going to make you God. You know what I'm saying? And, you as an individual, state of the art, you need to keep things simple. As simple as you possibly can. You know what I'm saying? But what's the issue, man, with just memorizing the lessons? Cause see, I keep telling you that's one of the issues that you keep having, is that you said you want a culture degree and want a 14, but then when you start speaking, you be speaking from all over the lessons. And you end up speaking on things that you don't know. That's how you end up in the side rallies. You probably died from a big explosion. All right, this is above my pay grade or something right here, man. Let me explain something, man, too. We kind of deep into the live, so a lot of people may not, get this far into it and hear this right here. But look, man, I'm not that kind of doctor. I'm not that kind of doctor. Like, I don't know what it is about me that makes people feel that, I'm some kind of professional therapist, you know, I'm not that kind of doctor. Yeah, it's crying Jordan time. Absolutely. The fact of the matter is, state of the art, Amina, if you still out there, a couple other people, you know, uh, I only have one medicine. I only have one solution for you. And if it doesn't work, all I could do is give you another dosage. All I can give you is supreme mathematics, man. But you'll get it together, state of the art eventually, man. Because you must. Third said, don't y'all know manifest is a hot word that the guys be using, so it gets drawn up from time to time since gangsta. I mean, I suppose. But state of the art, just try to lock in on your lessons, man. Just try to lock in on your lessons, man. So you have the rest of the 1 to 14, right? State of the art. State of the art. You got the rest of the 1 to 14, right? You said you want a culture degree. You said you want a culture degree in the 1 to 14. So I'm asking you, do you have the rest of the 1 to 14? D. Christian is stupid. In the G building, taking all types of medicine. Yeah, listen, man. And this G, when this G is building, it's only one kind of medicine, man. It's only one kind of medicine, man. I don't have no. But you know what I realized though? in their defense, you know what I'm saying? People like Amina, you know, that they come in the room and is see, that's a forum that they used to. They used to a forum like that. You know what I'm saying? Where, you know, you go someplace and you talk to people about your problems. So, you know, a lot of times, you know, I think that just kicks in when they in the forum and, you know, we all there and we build and they think, okay, boom, yeah, now it's my turn to talk about my problems. We said, while we keep overlooking the new member, so you got the rest of the 1 to 14. So I asked you that to say that, okay, you don't, so you don't have any other barriers. You don't have any other barriers to completing the 1 to 14. Like by the end of this month, you should know the whole 1 to 14, right? You think you could do that? You think you could do that state of the art? D. Christian said, we grown, Lord, ain't no pity party. How you know the knowledge degree and making excuses? I guess trauma and mental scars come in various degrees. Yeah, now I was born in them. Now I was born in they ran some brother out of there. That was the last class, wasn't it? I was born. That was the last class. Yeah, that was the last class that I had at the school. Now I was born and ran a crazy brother off. He came in there looking for a therapy session too. What you mean? What's the difference in studying 120 every day? When you do it every day, you living it out. You know, or at least you living out the studies of it. You know, when you studying it every day, that makes it easier for you to internalize it. But what about my question though, state of the art? Do you think you can learn the rest of the 1 to 14 by the end of the month? Charisma? Kareem, it was a original man. You know what I'm saying? Class was really over. And then, the brother just kept going on about, medication and the medical,
Where's the fucking cash app?
the psychological.
Cash app. I'm going.
All right, by the time you get to the store, you got it.
Yo, man, motherfucker. How many do it? Oh, we get a 4-pack, yeah? Just want one beer.
For $10?
We get what? You get six
Yeah.
pack. You get a 6-pack.
All right, man.
How many beers are a boy?
I got you. The state of the art. You listen. I'm just gonna tell you that you should focus on that state of the art. Trying to learn the 1 to 14 by the end of the month. Like you gotta start. See, when you got a big job to handle, a big challenge, you gotta break it down into parts that's manageable. See what I'm saying? And you trying to bite off more than you could chew with all the different things that you're trying to pay attention to. You know, one difference that's going to come in doing it every day is a focus. That's a focus of focusing your mind, man. See, what's happening is, what I observe from seeing you is that, see, small things that's not really a big issue for other people causes more stress for you. If you study 120 every day, then word is made manifest on the first 2 degrees in the 1 to 10. I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that. But like I said, man, start off with just trying to learn that by the end of the month. See, because listen, man, you gotta show and prove too, man. See, whenever you ask a question, right? You ask me for my understanding on something, right? Most of your questions is dealing with my understanding on something. Yo, man, the understanding is the best part. I'm supposed to be preserving that for myself, man. So, where's the equality, man? What are you doing with the jewels that I'm giving you, man? If you keep dropping them on the floor, I ain't talking about if you drop them on the minds of other people, but if you keep dropping them on the floor, eventually why I'm keep giving them to you? Man, I don't know nothing about seeing without no pick, man. See, this is what I'm saying, man. See, you gotta understand, look, man, this is not, all the brothers, we all participate here. You know what I mean? In terms, I'm doing live streams. I'm not doing videos. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing interactive live streams. You know what I'm saying? When I don't have people on here, a lot of times, I don't even, I keep it short. So everybody participates in everything, but this is my live stream right here. You understand that state of the art? Wherever you and knowledge born, I'm talking now. The simple fact of the matter, man, is that my understanding is the best part. You understand what I'm saying? Like, see, man, look, I'm enabling y'all to skip over 33 years. What it took me to build up all this knowledge. See what I'm saying? That's what happened. Look, see, all the time that Allah spent as an 85%, all the time that Allah spent in the mosque, all the things that he had to figure out, right, through studying on his own, we skip all of those steps. When we meet one of his sons and he fills us in on all of that, see, at the end of the day, man, look, much is given and much is required. So what I'm saying to you, state of the art, forget about bickering with everybody else. What I'm telling you is that, look, I've already built. Now it's your turn to deal with equality. See, I already told you, I already said into the wicked. I've given you more than warnings. I've given you the solutions. See, now it's about if you're going to prepare yourself or not. Because, see, my duty is to teach, and your duty is to learn. So, hopefully, man, you look back at this part of the video and, you come to an understanding. All right, state of the art. Look, I'm gonna end the live. I'm gonna end the live for you, man. I'm gonna end the live because you about to start a side rally. You about to start a side rally bonfire. It's not just smoke. It's gonna be a bonfire. But look, man, you a good brother, man. You seem like you got a good heart, man. But you gotta learn, man, something. You know what I'm saying? Just knowledge of self, man. You know what I'm saying? With anything in life, you gotta know what your weaknesses are, and you gotta be the one to make up for them. You understand what I'm saying? Like I said, we able to cope with regular conversations and the stresses of normal life. You have issues with it. You understand what I'm saying? And you got to realize that, listen, you got to be able to stand back and say, all right, if I'm getting into a situation, well, let me look at what I'm doing and see if it's me. Yeah, Luke Cage, just like he didn't hear nothing what I said. You know what I'm saying? But, I'm going to hope you get it together, brother. You know what I'm saying? And do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah, it's a pattern that keeps repeating, man. But listen, man, today we got in some building. You know what I'm saying? We got in some building. We got in some comedy. You know what I'm saying? We ran through the bottom shelf. We ran through the bottom shelf at the gas station. You know what I'm saying? We had a good time tonight once again. D Christian hit someone in the head right there. You gotta be a man before you try to be God. Skipping steps. You know what I'm saying? But at any rate, man, you know what I'm saying? I catch y'all tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? And we start all over, man, with this building thing, how we do every day. Alright? Peace to the guys, peace to the earths, peace to all the people that was in the background watching today. Peace to all the people that was commenting, all the people that asked questions. You know what I'm saying? And I'll be back tomorrow. Peace.